Good morning and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series for the start of week 8 here at the Live Lounge. Over the next 5 days, 12 more players will be competing to make it through to finals night, where they'll have the opportunity to play for £5,000 and of course a place at Champions Week. Before we look ahead to today's action though, let's remind ourselves of how Saturday night unfolded, where Steve West became the latest player to book his place at Champions Week. Here's Henry with the highlights.
Beginning with the group stages, and every single match in Group 1 went all the way. Steve West and Adam Hunt going through, David Wadowski eliminated. As for Tony Wood, he made his way through Group 2, this match with Lee Budgeon being a decider to get into the semi-finals, and it was the man from the northeast who managed to progress his way into the Final Four. In the semi-finals, it was Fallon Sherrick who got the better of Adam Hunt to seal her place into the final. And she would be joined by West, who got the better of Wood by 4 legs to 0.
Stevie requires 77.
Yes, this has been fun. First time we've had the opportunity to share the comms box. Hopefully not the last.
Go, shot out the match.
Won't be the last,
and
but that is the last
MODUS Super Series
of
champion.
the final, and
Steve
it is
West.
Steve West who prevails, beating Alan Sherrick 4-1 in the final.
Yeah, absolutely superb from Steve West. How pleased are you for him, given everything he's got going on? Of course, dropped off the tour, elected not to go to Q School because he is still waiting for that hip operation. How pleased are you for him to see him produce those?
I think £5,000 for Steve is a big deal right now, and the opportunity of getting more than that when he comes to Champions Week, it's a huge thing. I'm really happy for Steve. I'm very biased because Steve's one of my best pals. I play golf with him most of the time, but not at the minute because he can barely walk. But I think it just proves that Steve does things the hard way no matter what. He could barely see out of his left eye when it came to Saturday, but he still got the job done. I'm absolutely chuffed for him.
Yeah, absolutely thrilled for Steve West. Let's have a look at some of the numbers then from week 7. It was such an intriguing week of action because every single group went down to the wire. Group A, of course, decided in the final game of the group. What are the things that catch your eye when you look over those stats?
I think that's about right for ton plus averages. If you get around about 5 or 6 in a qualifying week, that's about right. I'm surprised that Willie Borland didn't get a victory in less than 7 minutes, considering how quick he throws. But I just get the feeling with Borland at the minute that there's something he needs to find this year. If he comes back here, maybe he can get incrementally better, but there's definitely something for him to find. But I think ultimately the best player won the week. I think Sherrick did a great job of making the final, and she will be disappointed come Monday, Tuesday morning, because there was an opportunity there to get a Champions Week for her.
Yeah, amazing as well that final didn't go 4-3 because every single one of her Group B games did. But let's have a look at the players we've got in action this week, because it's another very intriguing field, isn't it? And I think we should start by saying James Hurrell comes into Group A. He's under the weather a little bit. Do you think that's going to impact his level? Because at Q School, he wasn't quite feeling himself, and he still managed to produce some incredible numbers.
We'll just have to wait and see. I think when it comes to James, the word we use is resilient. He's been through the middle a little bit like Steve West has, and you know what Steve did last week. So never count out the England captain. But when it comes to that chart there, I think Leonard Gates pops off that list, doesn't he? Because of what he's done yesterday by winning the Champion of Champions in seniors darts. But don't discount the likes of Martin Thomas. I know he hasn't been playing his best darts for the last 6 months, but he may be ready to pop again. And question marks against the likes of Ryan Harrington, who are just trying to make their way back into the game. But for me, the favourite this week, Barry Van Peer.
Yeah, he has to be. Of course, Dutch Open champion. He's won on the Challenge Tour already this year as well. Really exciting prospect. Of course, we all know the struggles he's had with dartitis. Still only 26, though. What do you think he can achieve, not just this week, but in this game?
I think he could have a very big year. I think the main thing for Barry is that he's not looking past 2023. A lot of people will probably think that, you know, his form is so good right now that he's thinking about getting back to Q School next year and getting through that. He won't be looking that far ahead. He'll be thinking about possibly winning Group A and then being a part of Champions Week at the beginning of May. He's compartmentalising everything really well, and I think just playing well at the minute is a joy in itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at what the bookies think of Group A then. Berry Van Peer, as we said, no surprise to see that he's favourite. But Lisa Ashton, of course, she's first up for us this morning. And I think one of the games that really stands out for us is that game with Neil Duff a little earlier on in the year. Played so well there, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. I mean, she still plays a fantastic brand of this game. Every game she plays, I want to watch it because she's fast, she's furious, she's really accurate, and she's got this likelihood of these big finishes, and we've got to watch out for that today.
Yeah, what do you think her mindset will be like, given that the women's series hasn't quite gone her way? She's 10th in the order of merit at the moment, and she was so used to being the dominant force in that. It's not quite been the same at the start of this year. How do you think she handles that?
In a funny sort of way, it may be a good thing because it gives her a fresh challenge. When she dominated it, it was a case of turning up and saying, right, I'm going to get at least one of these titles in a two-event cluster. But now that things are slightly different with Bo Greaves being the dominant force, maybe looking in the mirror in the morning saying, do you know what, I think I've got a bit of a point to prove to everybody again. That really does fire people up.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. Let's have a look at your picks then. This is Assets Acker for this morning's session. Returns just over 4-1. Talk us through your picks for this one.
Well, I think the first breaker throw for Lisa in this game, it's just one of those that it's possible because she has experience of playing in this venue. She hasn't got any sort of nerves at the early part of her campaign. When it comes to total legs for Hurrell and Van Peer, I think that could be a very tight match. When it comes to Van Peer against Jack Vincent, most 180s for a 10-11. Van Peer is a great scorer, especially when he gets his rhythm going. He'll probably get a little bit quicker as the day goes on as well. But also, watch out for the creativity of Berry Van Peer when it comes to finishing, especially if he leaves 124. He might even go 14s first, so watch out for that spotter.
Yeah, absolutely. Jacob Taylor, then. We've not spoken much about him. What are you expecting to see from him in this group?
I've put question marks against him. I haven't seen a great deal of him play, but I've looked at a lot of his results. He's travelled an awful long way to get here, and when you travel that far, you want to make sure it's worth it, just like Raymond Smith did in winning Super Series 2. I'm intrigued to see what the next phase of Canadian darts brings us, and Jacob Taylor is fresh off the rank, and he's a very talented guy. Yeah,
before we get into this one then, you did mention Leonard Gates just there, of course, fresh off that victory in the Champion of Champions yesterday. The last time we saw him here, he lost out in that final to Owen Bates. How much do you reckon that'll be playing on his mind? He's going to want to put that right, isn't he?
Yeah, he'll want to put it right, and he'll want to make sure that he gets to Champions Week with Owen so he can put that right when he maybe plays him there. But he knows there's a long way to go, and the campaigns that he's got at the end of the week, they're shorter than what he had last time, so the intensity's ramped up.
It is indeed right then. Our first match of this morning's session is Lisa Ashton against Jacob Taylor, and our very own Henry Deacon caught up with the Canadian a little while ago.
Jacob, welcome to the Super Series. What was your first impressions on the setup here?
Very nice, very professional, very impressed with the setup.
For those who may not seen you play before, just describe a little bit about yourself and a little bit about your game.
Well, I'm
A comms picking up.
I'm from a little province, Newfoundland, Labrador, and I've been playing darts for about 30 years, but I really didn't start to travel until about 2 years ago. So my game has come a long way. It's very confident in my game, and hopefully I can do well this week and meet some new players. I've already met them. They seem to be very nice.
We've seen you play some CDC stuff, play very well on the CDC tour, play very well at Q School. How much does that give you confidence going into this week?
Oh yeah, well, we have players coming over here like Matt Campbell, and they're playing in the PDC now, and I've played those guys. They've beaten me. I've beaten them. So, you know, I know that I have the game to play with the top players in the world.
And we look forward to watching you play this week. Jacob, good luck.
Thank you.
Underway against Lisa Ashton, Paul Nicholson alongside myself, Henry Deacon, here in the commentary box throughout the course of the week here at the MODUS Super Series. And Jacob Taylor, who has had a very interesting journey to get here. Having a little bit of a chat with him this morning. So he's in a place called Flowers Cove, which is in Canada. It's in Newfoundland, and it's quite remote. It's a destination, a population of just over 300 people. He then had to take a 3.5-hour car journey to get to the airport, a local airport, to take a flight to Halifax, and then from Halifax over to Heathrow, and then make the journey from Heathrow down to Portsmouth. That's dedication.
It is dedication. It's 2 provinces in Canada to get over to the UK, and then obviously getting from Heathrow to Portsmouth is a job in itself. But I love this kind of commitment. When Jacob mentioned there that he's only just started to travel, I'm not surprised by that, because a lot of people who are very good players, what you tend to find is that they are very comfortable being the best player in their area. And after that, especially in the social media era, people get to know about local heroes and people who have got really good reputations. Obviously, Jacob has now got a national reputation in Canada, but then all of a sudden, it starts becoming international, and this being an international series, this is, as some people have said, it's where worlds collide.
Most certainly, and he is going to take on Lisa Ashton, the 4-time women's champion of the world, who, as you mentioned up on the balcony with Abby, maybe going into this week with a little bit of a point to prove.
I think that's fair. I'm not sure she would 100% agree with that. I think she would probably say at the age of 52 that she's done a fair amount in her career to maybe retire with, but I just sneakily suspect that she wants a little bit more. And a little bit more could involve being the first lady to win a Saturday night here in the MODUS Super Series. Fallon Sherrick was very close on Saturday against Steve West, and Lisa has had some very good darts here herself, but maybe this is a really good time for her to kick on in the early spring.
This really does shape up to be a great week here at the Live Lounge. Danny McNamara is your referee over the course of the next 6 days or so. The promising Irish referee returning with us here at the Super Series. And talking about promising, have a look at this for a start from Jacob Taylor.
140.
When I'm seeing a player play for the very first time, I always look at the technique and how the darts land in the board, as I'm sure a lot of you do as well. And thank you for joining us today, by the way, whether it's on Sporty Stuff TV or on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. This technique
100.
is really, really good, isn't it? Just no nonsense from the man called The Truth.
125.
Set position is beautiful. Straight back, straight through.
55.
And in a funny sort of way, it reminds me of a quicker Dave Whitcomb. Just a beautiful position that he's got when he throws the darts. And he doesn't hang around either.
100.
He's going to be very watchable this week.
Now, you do a lot of coaching these days. Is that the sort of technique that, to someone who would have picked up a dart for the first time, that is something that you want to try and at least aim at doing?
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of players out there who would wish they had the technique of Jacob Taylor, that's for sure.
45. Jacob, you require 106.
Hope to have his skill set as well. He leaves himself 106 after 12 here in the opening leg with the darts. He's going to leave himself a dart at double after 15, and it's going to be double 16, but he pulls it inside. Is he going to get another go, though, with Ashton back on 151?
There's a big ask for Lisa to take that out in the first leg of the week.
57.
And I
Jacob,
think
you require 16.
even with her experience around the world, she may not know a great deal about Jacob, but she knows a little bit more now after that 16-dart start for the man from a place that is just gloriously named Flowers Cove. How could it not be beautiful?
Talking about beautiful, beautiful start to the second leg from Lisa Ashton. The first maximum of the week and the first of many for sure.
140.
Yeah, I do get the feeling that this group is going to be full of ups and downs. But when you consider that you've got
100.
the England captain James Hurrell, one of the hottest players outside of the PDC elite in Barry Van Peer, coming your way over the next few days. But add to that Ryan Harrington, who has got an exceptional level in him,
45.
but is looking to possibly start again. We've got question marks against him, and then obviously Jack Vincent's looking to do better than he did the last time he was here. I'm intrigued.
100.
Has a feel of a semi-champions week.
Well, that Champions Week is really shaping up well, isn't it? And we're only 7 names
100.
deep. We've got 5 more names to put in there. And there's even the possibility
100.
of adding another person from
76.
overseas. Somewhat cosmopolitan look to it at the minute as Lisa goes for tops.
36.
And Jacob Taylor could double his lead with a 104.
Well, he threatened a similar mid-range finish in the previous leg with a 106. He's going to get a go at double 12 for the
Inch on the
104 to
second
break the
leg,
throw and open
Jacob
up a
Taylor.
2-0 lead. This is a really, really good opening from Jacob Taylor. Legs 1 in 6 and 5 visits respectively to open up a
Third leg,
2-0
Jacob
lead.
to throw first. Game on.
You may get the feeling that people like Jacob and maybe dart players from all over North America
58.
are waking up today, or considering the time difference, it would have to be very early if they're waking up now. They may be feeling quite motivated,
58.
considering what Leonard Gates did yesterday and on Saturday in beating another Taylor and taking out the Champion of Champions event in Blackpool.
59.
Remember when Simon Whitlock made the world final in 2010? The feed-on effect of that in Australian darts is still being measured.
60.
So what has Leonard Gates done for Northern American darts over the last 24 hours? Only time will tell. And we will see him a little bit later in the week because he's involved in week 8.
95.
Yes, he's one of those players that have been given a second invitation in this phase. Lost out in the week 2 final to Owen Bates. Now, Leonard Gates is actually the 3-1 favourite with the
100.
bookmakers to go on and win the week as a whole. Perhaps no surprise considering he's always actually the favourite when he qualified for that golden ticket qualifier on Friday evening to go and win the Champion of Champions. That is how
100.
people really rate his chances. Bay Van Peer goes in second favourite at 5-1, and this man on your screen, Jacob Taylor, is at 6-1. Lisa Ashton, 25-1 with
75.
the odds compilers to take the glory at the end of the week.
Just surveying this lie
100.
for Jacob Taylor early. It seems to me like he's got this knack of finding an understack lie and an
100.
overstack lie,
Jacob
which is
Taylor,
a valuable
89.
thing to have when you're playing so many matches against such quality players. It's a bullseye
64.
and a chance for Ashton to get a
Valencia
first
Royal,
leg
108.
of this Group A campaign.
And really, these have been the opportunities that Jacob Taylor has restricted her to.
54. Jacob Iroquois, 25.
I don't know whether he likes Jacob or Jake. I think it's got Jake on the back of his
Inch on the
shirt.
third leg,
But on the
Jacob
score sheet, it's
Taylor.
got 3-0. Not the only Taylor involved in Super Series 3. We did have the Tower,
Fourth leg,
Dom
Lisa to
Taylor,
throw first. Game on.
and Scott Taylor, who won his week. And he's going to take
60.
some stopping, isn't he, considering how he played in his final. Averaged over 109.
I have to feel for Andy Bolton, who throughout the whole of the week played some great stuff. If you actually look at the
96.
averages in terms of the weekly averages, actually the second biggest weekly average we've had in this phase, and yet he still didn't go on and win it.
30.
And win his particular week. Yella Klassen, incidentally, if you are interested in those sorts of statistics, has the highest weekly average of any player in this phase at the Super Series, averaging 90.23
140.
to claim success in week 3.
$97.
Lisa is clinging on in this game. But Taylor is showing a very good level in this first match.
81.
It's the kind of level that can be maintained over the course of 15 games per player in Group A, but is doubling. 60% so
100.
far. That's excellent. I think if he's around the 40% mark, he's going to get himself a fair few points in this group.
100.
And the other thing as well is there's players that will average his first game and you think, how are they going to react second game, third game? But he looks so comfortable around that 91.5 region, which he's averaging at the minute.
66. Jacob Iroquois, 84.
He has looked comfortable. Tells us something about him. And we know another thing as
Game
well.
shot and the match,
He's just won
Jacob
4-0
Taylor.
against a 4-time world champion, Elisa Ashton. Just take note of the truth, because Jake Taylor has come here with a mission in mind. That is 67% on the checkouts and an average in excess of 92 to start. I just wonder what else we could possibly see from him over the course of 4 more games on Monday. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll see the England captain James Hurrell up against Barry Van Peer.
James Hurrell up next this morning then, the England captain and a semi-finalist on the Challenge Tour this year. We know he's capable of putting in big numbers, but maybe unknown what he'll produce today given his struggles with illness. As for his opponent, Barry Van Peer, well, he's in the in-form man, isn't he? The Dutch Open champion, of course, a winner on the Challenge Tour this year as well. An absolutely stunning display in the quarter-final of Event 6, averaged in excess of 112 and getting the better of a champion here at the Super Series in Cone and Whitehead, before going on to beat Peter Jakes in the final. What can he produce here on his Super Series debut? Well, before we find out, this is what he had to say about his chances here this week when Henry spoke to him earlier.
Barry, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. How much are you looking forward to this week?
Yeah, good morning. I'm looking very forward. I've been kind of watching this for a long time, so I finally got here, and now it's my time to shine, I guess. So it's good.
Been a very good start to 2023 for yourself. Won the Dutch Open, won a Challenge Tour. The game must be feeling good at the minute.
Yeah, at the minute I can't really complain. Dutch Open was obviously not expected that much, but at the same time felt good. And last week I won the Challenge Tour. Well, I was actually playing very good, so I was like, it's a good game at the moment. I just have to keep it going, and maybe here's also the place where I just keep it going, and if I don't, I have to improve again.
Does this feel like the perfect time to play something like this, just considering the form that you're in?
I think so, yeah, because I think it's always good for me to play a few days in a row, get my level back on track, kind of. And it's very good practice, match practice, obviously. So I think at the moment it's maybe actually the perfect time for me to be here.
With that confident, have you set any goals and ambitions for this week?
yeah, you have all type of sorts to qualify for Saturday, and I would say that's my goal, to qualify for finals night. And if I make it, I'll be happy. But then I want more. So
We look forward to watching you play. Very good luck.
thank you very much.
Very nice to hear from Barry Van Peer, and it has been a sensational start to 2023 for him. As for James Hurrell, he's been playing in multiple venues over the course of the last couple of months, and he has got a decent amount of experience here in Portsmouth, so it'll be interesting to see what we get from Hillbilly Hurrell over the next possibly 6 days. But you would have to say, Henry, that Hurrell will go into this game maybe a little bit behind for the odds compilers because of the form of this man, the 26-year-old from the Netherlands.
Who's having one of the best years of his career, Barry Van Peer. He won the Dutch Open at the end of January going into February, which is the toughest individual singles event on the planet to go on to win. He then backed that up by winning a challenge tour, and so going into his debut here in this competition, confidence should be at an all-time high. As for James Hurrell, it should be mentioned that he's struggling a little bit with illness going into today's session. There will be a case of trying to get as many points on the board, and then hopefully good night's rest, good night's sleep. Should be ready to go then again tomorrow, although he's already showing us some early signs of promise.
140.
In a funny sort of way, when you're not 100%, it almost takes pressure off. I myself have had injuries and illness going into important matches. And the good thing about this format is that he can just amble his way through today and just see how he feels. But I remember winning a tournament with a broken rib. I made the final of a tournament with gastroenteritis. Dart players are funny creatures. They can summon up enough strength when needed. Never ever count out this guy because he's got as much resilience as any dart player out there.
So what you're saying is the secret to success is turning up at a doctor's surgery and hoping to pick up the flu.
121.
I wouldn't go that far. Well, there he goes for double 14 and finds the first leg in 12 darts. And if that's not proof that he's in good form, I don't know what is. But if you do need a little bit of extra coercing when it comes to telling you about Barry Van,
Game on.
how about when he did win that Challenge Tour event on the 17th of March? He had averages
55.
mostly in the 90s on that day. He had one somewhat questionable average in the low 80s, but when he played in the quarterfinals,
140.
he averaged 112. 15 points better than any performance he had that day. When he needed his best performance, he found it.
Last time I saw a Barry Van, that was probably when I was doing the Ocado delivery.
140.
When I was a kid, it was the pop van. You know, when you won't know this, Henry, because you're not old enough. There used to be this van that would come round on a flatbed truck, and it would have crates full of ridiculously bright, fizzy drinks. And they weren't good for you, but we all wanted them.
The Corona Man.
Well, Barry has had,
140.
for a 26-year-old, a bit of a tumultuous career. James, who hails from Gloucestershire.
100.
England captain, of course, in the WTF system. And a very capable player will now get a look at a 13-darter himself.
52.
To equalise this very good second match of the day.
Game shot on the second leg, James Hurrell.
Wonderfully done. Can't ask for much more on a Monday morning, can you? 12-darter, 13-darter. Game very much on.
Game on.
If the Jacob Taylor-Lisa Ashton match was the starter and the aperitif, well, we could have some week on our hands here at the Super Series.
I'm going to put you on the spot at the very start, like I do with everybody I work alongside here at the MODUS Super Series.
134.
I want to know how many points wins this group, and I want to know who's going to win this week, because it's very hard to pick.
140.
I just get the feeling that maybe Leonard Gates is going to win this week. He's on some sort of confidence trip.
130.
But I see no way that Berry Van Peer is not in Saturday night. If you don't qualify as the group winner from Group A, you have a double chance, whether it's through Group C or Group B later in the week. And I see Berry qualifying no matter where he is.
Especially in that Group B where it's a 3 from 5 field that make their way through. I think that I'll go one step further. I think we see Berry Van Peer in the Saturday night final. I think if him and Gates avoid each other on a collision path to Saturday evening, you can conceivably see that being a final. But you've got the likes of Jacob Taylor, this man James Hurrell, who every single time he's been here at the Super Series has made it to Saturday night. But on this Monday morning, can we keep up the trend of 4 visit legs in this game between Van Peer and Hurrell?
That's just wonderful. He is forcing James Hurrell into perfection just to get a leg off him when Berry...
Fourth leg, Berry to throw first.
I don't think I've ever seen him this confident. And it's wonderful to see. See, I don't like using that dreaded D word. I think it should be banned, especially when we're referring to players who have suffered from it. All we can say is that Berry in the past has had technical trouble, but his ability to come through it and to be better. Here's the biggest thing about it. If you refer to other players in the past, I used to have this really good county pal called John Brannan, who had it twice. And every time he got it, he got better. Remarkable feat. And then you see Mark Walsh,
60.
Around 2006. He gets it. He's better. As a result of that, it happened to Mervyn King. He got better because of it. Sometimes it can ruin careers. Sometimes it makes careers.
Still being a young man at 26, he's got so many gears left to go in this game. Well, he's going through the gears in this particular matchup. 1-2-1 again after 9. Decides to go the bullseye route with Hurrell left on 3-4-1 and will set up nicely upon his return for tops after 12.
Do you know what, Henry? I'm just waiting for the time he leaves 124. Because I'll be flabbergasted if he doesn't go treble 14, treble 14, double top.
40.
He's noted for it.
But
this is just an immaculate display so far from Berry Van Peer. No wonder he was the favourite with the bookies going into this Group A campaign. This is destructive.
109 average, just under the 110 mark. 3 out of 4 on the doubles. And James Hurrell is averaging a shade under 96. Has hit the only dart he's had at double. And he's getting absolutely dropped. He's had 4 140 pluses in this match. Remember, this is a guy who's suffering a little bit under the river.
134.
Considering the way his opponent is playing, he's going to be feeling a little worse in as little as 90 seconds' time. But maybe not as bad as Lisa Ashton, who admittedly starts with the 4-0 loss to Jacob Taylor. But this is not a sprint. This is a big-time marathon. And the last time I was here with Matthew Edgar, we talked about Lee Budgeon, who was in the final on Saturday. He started with a couple of defeats on Monday morning, and he went on to win Group A.
100.
Don't get too bogged down by any early defeats, but you need to figure something out pretty quickly when you've got players of this calibre.
100.
6 points on day one puts you well in the picture. Well, Van Peer is going to be very much in the picture. We're averaging about just over 2 minutes a leg here. That has been the standard we've seen so far. When quick players go at it and go through the gears, games get done very quickly. Just sorting out a quick technical thing here. Obviously, we've got computer scoreboards, so sometimes just got to correlate them every now and then. I have markers on the stage here at the Super Series.
Score was 55.
Just making sure everything is okay.
Barrier require 167.
Indeed it is. And so Van Peer 167 for the match for a 4-1 win in next to no time at all, averaging just over 110.
84.
I almost thought the moment that you said 110 there, it was going to be his worst visit of the match. But he saves it. And he's only 83 away from what can only be described
89.
as a message-sending start.
A statement of intent from the Dutchman.
58.
Misses the ball
James require
for the match. A rare miss on the doubles, but this 128, you say it's for Hurrell, has to go.
60 ball. And Hurrell does not find the centre, giving Van Peer a second bite of the cherry. And it's double 8. And just supreme from Barry Van Peer. An immaculate display on the scoring and the finishing. And we're surprised to see that his finishing is only 67% in the end. But the average of 104.65, that sends a message to everybody watching at home and everybody playing from the practice room as well. He's the favourite for a reason. We'll get our first look at Ryan Harrington when we come back for match number 3. He's up against Jack Vincent in the match that will culminate round 1 here on Monday morning.
So then, Ryan Harrington finished 12th in the Q School Order of Merit back in January, played some really good darts there. He's taken on Jack Vincent in our third match of the morning. Of course, he'll be hoping to improve on what he produced here. The last time we saw him in action at the Super Series, he finished bottom of the Group C table back in the middle of Stage 2 in November. Before we get into this one, though, let's listen to what Ryan Harrington had to say when he spoke to Henry a little while ago.
Ryan, welcome to the Super Series. What was your first impressions on the setup here?
I think it's highly impressive. It's my first time here, and obviously I've watched a couple of times before over YouTube, and I've seen the setup that you used to have. And to come from that onto like a stage with a nice little crowd, it's really nice. I'm looking forward to getting back up to a stage. I'm looking forward to it.
How are the darts at the minute?
Up and down. So prior to Q School, I had 10 months off, getting used to having a little child of my own. And then I went into Q School, we completely relaxed, wasn't expecting anything, and narrowly missed out with a tour card. Practice is few and far beyond, but I like competitive darts. I'm glad to be back. I can't wait.
Is that almost a first day back at school vibe about playing this week in this arena with these players?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, although I know the players in the back room, I've played against every one of them, it still doesn't mean that there's no first day vibe of being here. You know, they've been here before, they know what it's like, they know the setup, I haven't. So it is like a fresh thing for me to get used to and to get experience in.
And just finally, have you set any goals for the week, or is it a case of one game at a time?
It's just a case of enjoy it. You know, I've got a week away from being up at 5 a.m, so it's just a case of getting up here, enjoying it and seeing what I can do.
We look forward to watching you play. Ryan, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we are looking forward to watching you, Ryan, because us in the know, we know that you've got a very high level of performance in you. He's up against Jack Vincent, who will be looking for a better campaign than the last time he was here. But as far as this game is concerned, you would have to have Ryan Harrington as a favourite. Here he is. His name is Harrington. He is the son of the two-time World Match Play champion, Rod Harrington, who has nothing to do with the game anymore. But I'm pretty sure that Rodney will be watching. If you are, Rod, we hope you're well and enjoying your very well-deserved retirement. But Jack Vincent, 22, from the town of Dunstable. That's in Bedfordshire. And all week, because we're getting close to the World Snooker Championship, I'm going to call him JV. What are you expecting from this one, Henry? Because Jack, does he have a point to prove, or is he just gaining experience?
I think a little bit of both when it comes to Jack Vince. I think he wants to prove his point after last time he was here. There were some promising performances from Jack, that was for sure, certainly in Group C, once he settled into the process and the environment. But to qualify twice for the ADC route must show something. Talking about showing something, Ryan Harrington showing something very special straight away. And we should expect good things from Ryan Harrington, because at Q School, he played 16 games. He got very close to qualifying and getting his PDC tour card. In those 16 games, in 14 of those, the average was in excess of 80. There is a good level from him at the minute. You see, he was just taking a little bit of a back step from darts temporarily.
96.
He's got a young family. But what we're seeing at the minute is very, very promising from him. And he beat some good players as well. The likes of Sean McDonald we've seen here before. Daryl Pilgrim we've seen before.
100.
He beat Christian Perez, who went on to win a tour card. There's some good wins in there.
Yeah, I don't think you need too much more proof.
105.
And when players come into their first campaign here, it's very likely that there's a lot of adrenaline pumping, just getting used to being in that competitive environment once again. I don't grade people by their first or second leg. I grade them by what they do after a couple of days. Great first start from Rye, who goes for tops after that. Great single, because it opened up all of the tops bed. And there has been, over the last 24 hours, quite the chatter about the wording of tops. We'll talk about that throughout the course of the week.
92.
So is this single tops if tops is double tops?
It was just tops. And that was just tens.
Harrington.
If you aren't aware, yesterday there was a bit of social media activity about the wording of double top or
Like
tops.
There's
There's no such thing as double tops. Just to put that to bed, okay? Tops is double 20.
100.
Double top is double 20. There's no such thing as double tops.
58.
This is the sort of stuff that us commentators have to contend with.
Yeah, people thinking that they know more than we do, which in most cases they don't. I've been around this game for 40 years. Oh, that really made me feel old. Ironically, 40 years. There you go.
125.
So you've been involved in the game in tops years,
Yes, I have.
but not double tops
You
years.
can call double top, double 20 if you wish. I don't have a problem with that.
130.
Colloquially, it's known as double top. There's no S on the end of it. And there are even people out there who think that double top doesn't exist. It does. Oh, that is a hat stand right there.
167.
That's more of a Dutch way of saying the dart that dangles. Nice thinking here from Jack. Two very positively thrown shots there. That will fill him full of a little bit of confidence.
Jack Vincent released 32 after trial. Well, we spoke about him maybe having a point to prove. Well, he's proven it in the first couple of legs, average 107. This is his first start at double, though, in this match. After 6 Vints or a ton or more, most of them have been 2 triple Vints in the 130 range.
Game shot of the second leg.
High quality encounter.
Sometimes you need to prove to yourself what you can do against a highly recognised opponent. And we're talking about someone who has played on the European Tour before. And here's one thing you might not know about Ryan Harrington. He's also played darts
125
on the Champions League stage. Remember that tournament where they had 8 players at the top of the rankings? Won by the likes of
99.
MVG, Gary Anderson, Mensa Sulevic. Ryan Harrington has played on that stage and won.
100.
Now, you may be at home right now thinking, well, how's that possible? You might be scratching your head. I'm not going to tell you why. I'm going to leave it with you for a while, and I'm going to tell you later.
100.
Was that in between Dan Dawson's famous World Hoovering Championships?
No. I'm not giving anything away. I'm going to tease this one for now.
140.
Is this officially a tungsten teaser?
Yeah. I've got more tungsten teasers than you can poke a stick at, Henry. Honestly, you've got all week to be tested by the asset's knowledge.
58. Ryan, you require 136.
But I'm going to learn, just like you will, over the next few days, just who is the best player this week. It's not about what they've done previously. It's about what they do in week 8. You're only as good as your last game.
82.
He has a very intense look when he's staring at that board, and I like it. That's a bad dart there from Ryan. But now he has an option of staying there. Double 16.
22.
Maybe a tiny little bit of evidence there as to the passion that Ryan has. Was not happy, and he won't be happy if the top scores. That is a hugely impressive 104 out from JV, and he snags the lead with a break of throw now.
Legs won in 14, 14 and 15. We haven't gone above 5 visits in a leg so far. That is the quality that's being displayed by the players so far. The averages demonstrate that. 100.46 for Harrington, 101.71 for Vincent. But the key statistic at this present moment in time is here in the doubles percentage. 1 from 4 for Harrington, 2 from 3 for Vincent.
We don't have any statistics when it comes to missed singles. I know there's only been one. I'm just illustrating something that doesn't get its own little mark of stats. But Ryan knows that only getting 1 dart at a double there in leg 3, it really did cost him. He does have a bit of an affiliation with this colour as well. If you look at his shirt, he's got that light blue on. And I've hung around Ryan for the last 10 or so years. He always seems to like this colour scheme. And if you look at his flights,
121.
they're almost similar. That almost like a minty blue, aren't they? Don't know whether he's just got an affiliation with that colour.
97. Jack, you require 140.
I mean, actually, you look at the barrel. We might do a close-up next leg round. There's actually a bit of minty blue turquoiseness in that as well.
Yeah, that can't be an accident. That must be because it's his favourite colour.
Now, you're a big fan of players having their own branding, having their own identity. And to be fair, both players have that. Jack Vincent,
55.
the same with his setup.
I don't want to stare at Jack's shirt too long. Make my eyes go blurry. There's a lot going on with that shirt.
85. Jack, you require 85.
But there's been a lot going on in this game so far. For the ADC qualifier. 99.
67.
Now it's Ryan's
Ryan,
turn
you
to
require
possibly
101.
put one back on Jack.
Harrington missed a dart at double in the previous leg, and Vincent took out a
69.
ton topper in the 104, but Harrington
Jack, you
cannot
require
repay the
18.
favour with the 101, and so Vincent returning for double 9 for a 3-1 lead.
Double 4.
Game
And
shot
he
of the fourth
traverses the
leg,
board very
Jack
well.
Vincent.
The one thing he did not get off to in his previous campaign was a good start. He's
Good
one
leg
leg away
Ryan,
from
twos
a
reverse.
very good start.
Game on.
And what's going to be, and I'm going to be brutally honest here, and I think Jack would agree with me, this is a
58.
hard campaign for him. If you look at the quality of Jake Taylor, you look at the quality of Lisa Ashton, you know what James Hurrell can do. He can really dig deep. And
60.
obviously Barry Van Peer and Ryan, they've got experience on him. But in a funny sort of way, he can take the pressure off himself.
100.
He can just play today and let everybody else shoulder that pressure. That would be my advice to him.
And I don't think Jack's one of those characters that when I spoke to him last time he was here, gets bogged down by weights of
100.
expectation or things like that. He's one of those where he takes it one game at a time. He won't get too far ahead of himself. He will take everything for what it is and what it's worth, and what's
81.
happening around him. He won't be cast around the shadows or anything that's going on around it. It's just full focus on what's happening in the here and the now.
140.
Got himself a 1-dart lead. And Harrington, because he's behind, is now searching for a score to get to a finish. And he doesn't find
58.
what he was looking for. So Jack has got 6 darts from here to tie this up. And if he does, he will walk back to that practice room full of beans.
94.
I'm not going to lie, I really thought that Harrington was going to get the victory in this one before a dart was thrown.
58.
But if Jack Vincent is
Jack, you
throwing the
require
cat amongst the pigeons,
107.
that is good for this week. And what does Ryan do on
95.
146?
Ryan, you require 146.
A lot of people these days like the 57 route for that. How ironic that he gets 2 at the
134.
end of that to lead
Jack, you
double
require
6.
12.
But Jack's already there.
Jack may see the finishing line in front of him.
Game shot
Indeed, he
and a
will.
match, Jack
What a
Vincent.
performance from Jack Vincent to open up his week, getting the better of Ryan Harrington 4-1 in another high-quality affair, averaging 95.5, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. The game really changing with that 104 checkout. Ryan Harrington missed a dart at double 16. Vincent took out the ton-topping finish, and the game swung in his direction from there. It's the end of the first round of fixtures, and we've seen some high-quality action so far here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Round 2 gets underway after the break as James Hurrell and Lisa Ashton will search for their first points of the week.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Lisa Ashton and James Hurrell both looking for their first win of the session. Hurrell didn't really do a great deal wrong against Van Peer in his opener, did he? Only registered the one leg, but averaged in excess of 91, a 13-dart leg in there as well. But incredibly difficult to compete with what was being thrown by his opponent in that one. As for the Lancashire Rose, afforded just the one dart at the outer ring in her opener. Such was the display from her opponent in that one. Which one of these two will get their opening win in this match then? Here's Henry and Nico to talk you through the action.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, both players looking for their opening points of the group, but for whom will it be in the leisure of? Well, if you look at the opening performances, you'd make James Hurrell the favourite, and that's exactly where the bookmakers have gone ahead of this one. He's the 4-9 favourite to go on and claim the points. Lisa Ashton, 13-8 with the odds compilers. Remember, if you are having a gamble on the Super Series, it is 18 plus, and begambleaware.org. Hull goes into it favourite based on his opening showing, but we have seen in the past from Lisa Ashton here at the Super Series that as the day goes on, as to do her performances.
Yeah, I think one thing that Lisa was hit hard with in that first game was an amount of consistency that maybe she didn't expect from Jacob Taylor. Ultimately, James didn't play poorly against Barry Van Peer, but I think they'll be feeling very similar, Henry. When it comes to the way that they have been hit hard in their first game, one of two things will happen. Either they'll think, oh, it's not going to be one of those weeks, is it? Where everybody plays well against me. Or it fires them up. And considering what these guys have done in their careers to date, I think it's going to be the latter.
100.
I think it's time to fire up.
And once we've seen every player play once, we can get a rough feel for the stand and what we can expect to see this week. Well, we've had 6 registered averages so far today. 5 of them have been in excess of 90. And Barry Van Peer, of course, that 104.65. Lisa Ashton, the only player not to average above 90 as of yet, but in fairness, I think towards the end, Jacob Taylor's consistency just proved to be a little bit too much.
I get the feeling that maybe Jake Taylor's got another level to show us as well. We'll watch out for that over the course of this week. But only one person can win Group A, of course. I'm sure there are lots of people out there watching today who have watched plenty of our action over the last couple of years. Same things apply this week. The winner of Group A will go through to Saturday night. And then 2 players from Group C, which will happen early on Thursday and Friday. And then you've got the nighttime action, of course, with Group B, where 3 players will go through. But we do have some breaking news for you this week about the timings of the groups. We'll come to that in a second.
75.
When James gets his chance at winning this first leg in 5 visits. Ashton will come back.
69. Alicia require 20.
Square on stance. Straight down the right eye and straight in for a 16-dart start. Yes, if you're planning your viewing later in the week, Group C is a little bit different. It's not going to be at 9:30 in the morning anymore, is it, Henry?
Game on.
Now we're going to be moving to the brand new start time of 1 p.m. on your Thursday and Friday afternoons now. So it's lunchtime darts here at the Super Series. Group B's unaffected. We'll still kick off at 10 o'clock in the evening on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But we're going to have an afternoon at the darts here at the Super Series on your Thursday and Friday. Consider it a little lunchtime treat going into the early evening. Will be done by, we reckon, around about roughly 6 o'clock, so you can tune out the Super Series and then watch your tea time news bulletin.
60.
Well, we are on the subject of things that are happening or have happened. Congratulations not only to Steve West for winning week 7 on Saturday night, but congratulations to Leonard Gates on yesterday's win, and to Gerwin Price yesterday for winning the European Open in Leverkusen
60.
in a fantastic final against Dirk van Duijvenbode. But maybe the biggest story of the entire weekend was the generosity of one party in gifting the 10-time World Ladies Champion the BDO trophy, which went up for auction a few days ago. And I think everybody in World Darts loved that moment. But maybe more, they loved the fact that that trophy is now in the hands of someone who will definitely care for it.
58. James, you require 160.
As to the destiny of the other ones, I have no idea.
Yeah, something I know that she's going to cherish very well. She's very, very proud of everything she's achieved, Trina. And there was just a genuineness about her reaction when she saw, obviously it was a complete and utter secret, and she was just completely taken aback by it.
45. James,
And I mean, even Martin Adams, who won that game of the Champion of Champions, there was tears in his eyes as well. As Hurrell goes to tops to level this game up at 1 apiece. And again, another game with a very, very good standard up to press. Lisa Ashton, of course, the winner of that trophy on no less than 4 occasions at the Lakeside Country Club.
Game on.
And you know what I would do from now if I was in the position to do
95.
so? I'd have every winner of that trophy congregated somewhere at a special event, have them all pictured with it, so they can all have their photograph taken with it one last time.
60.
Just be a nice way to go, because I know that Trina's won it 10 times and it's her trophy now, but we can't forget that other ladies have won it as well.
100.
The likes of Lisa Ashton and Mikuru Suzuki, who's a 2-time champion. Anastasia has won it 3 times, and Frances Hunsler as well.
I feel like we need to have somewhere where
100.
all these honours are compiled together, a wall of fame somewhere. The only thing that worries me about things going forward is the history of those tournaments in the BDO could potentially get lost because of what is happening in the future. Of course, the WDF picking up on the events like Lakeside and the World Masters. Of course, what's going on here. Just want to make sure that the history of what happens in the past doesn't get lost in translation as time goes on.
It won't get lost in people's minds. If you're from the generation that I'm from, we have very vivid memories of what has been happening in certain divisions. I think it's really important that we don't forget that. Just look at the 4 stars on Lisa's shirt.
Alicia require 140.
They signify what she's already done, but they come with a ... She's not finished yet.
58. James require 140.
Well, there's the 40. There's 60 more. That's a nice tidy up job there from James.
56.
But Ashton could take the lead again.
16.
Just needed one more shot, didn't she?
James require
She could have
40.
bumped it in off that marker. And Hurrell has a chance for the break, which he takes very quickly in 16 darts, maintaining an average just shy of 92. Now, he is walking quite gingerly today.
James to throw first.
But in the past, I've seen players who are not 100% still perform at very high levels. Remember when Michael Smith at the 2019 UK Open could barely walk? He still made the semi-finals.
Steve West won on Saturday night with effectively just the function of one eye. I spoke to him after the final, and he at one point was thinking about pulling out of the tournament in the afternoon. He went to a local opticians and tried to get everything possible that he could to get himself ready for the night. And I'm very glad that he managed to get that sorted, because now he's £5,000 better off, and we're going to see him at Champions Week.
It's an extraordinary feat when you know Steve as well as some of us do. He's played in pain for the last 25 years.
43.
And when he's got a hip that needs replacing and an eye that needs resting, he still wins. That's an amazing thing to do. So, by that token, we are not writing off James Hurrell this week at all. He's got capabilities beyond what people have seen so far. He could win this week. Don't question that.
Compared to other tournaments, we have a 10-second stop clock between the legs. Do you think that little bit of a breather between legs could actually be a help for players and maybe not always feeling 100%, so they can have that little bit of time just to get themselves together, leg by leg by leg?
I think it depends what the ailment is.
46.
I mean, if you think James played his first game in game 2, he's playing his second game in game 4. His next game after this
60.
is in game 8, so he's got a decent break. I think the way he takes his breaks is going to be really important today, and potentially for the next couple of days. But that is the case for every player, Henry.
100.
If you can't manage your schedule
Please
to its
require
optimum,
142.
you may scupper your chances in a group like this.
94.
This is where 180 is prime to leave the double 4.
55. Lisa
Unfortunately, he doesn't get under 130, so it's no massive pressure on this 48. Double 8.
32.
How ironic that you get a double in the visit, but it's not the double that gives you the leg.
$43.
I think he was caught in two minds as to what to do with that last dart.
Well, Lisa won't be caught in two minds there because that first dart was the perfect guide. And you saw there with the second, straight in the double 8, and level we are at 2 apiece. Getting the break back there in the 4th, so we do return to throw here as we enter the second half of this encounter, and it is Ashton with the darts in the 5th.
I'm fascinated by one thing looking at Lisa these days.
140.
She could walk away from this sport having had a legendary ladies' career and be happy for the rest of her days.
60.
So why is she still playing? One, I'm sure she still loves to play. You look at Steve Beaton, for instance. He's 58.
45.
And he's just loving playing the game. But there has to be something else. Is the financial aspect of the sport
60.
motivational? Or is there something else? Just under that really good armour of hers.
61.
Just eating away at us, saying, there's one more thing I want. And what is it? I wonder if it's a win on the Ali Pali stage. I wonder if it's one more world title.
134.
She is the only lady on 4 world titles, remember? In fact, she's the only person in world
59.
darts on 4 world titles, because there are men on 3 and men on 5. There are no men on 4. So she currently has her own chair in that little vicinity.
85.
And there's so many other avenues as well in the world of darts for Lisa. We've seen her play the World Seniors the last couple of years. We're seeing her play some great darts here.
140.
And I think, having had so many close shaves on Saturday nights in this competition, that this is one that is high up on her bucket list in 2023.
And you know what? I'm going to go
56.
full throttle here. And this is the right time to say this. I really do think she can win a World Seniors Championship.
Team on the 5th leg, Lisa.
She's 3-2 up, playing some decent stuff here. But she has the capabilities of winning a World Seniors Championship.
James to Hurrell first.
Currently, only one person has won that, because Robert Thornton's won it twice. But maybe winning a tournament of that ilk would carve out another slice of history. She was the first lady to average over 100 on the big stage against Aaron Beanie at the UK Open a couple of years ago.
66.
And I just love that we're constantly talking about changes in history in the ladies' game. First 9 darter from Fallon Sherrick recently.
100.
First 100-plus average from Lisa. We're talking about things that we will refer to in 10, 15 years and remember, oh, I remember that. That was big news back then.
Well, let's remember when, as Hurrell goes and gets his second max of the match, remember when Lisa Ashton played in the first World Championship that she played at Alexandra Palace, that was huge headlines at the time, just having the spots there. Now it's just a part of the World Championship now. That is how the PDC and other organisations within the game have made the game more inclusive. And I think it's one of the most inclusive sports now there is anywhere.
It has been for over 20 years, Henry.
45.
It's just that we talk about it a bit more now. Double top.
Game shot on the
He's been really good on that double top bed. So my advice to Lisa is, don't give him a shot at it to take this game away from you. For the first time today, we go the distance. And in fact, it's the first time in any game that we've gone into a 6th leg.
45.
Well, Jace Hurrell here is doing the sort of stuff that will win you any game. 3 out of 3 on the doubles, but what's impressed me in terms of the scoring phase is this. 14 scores in that ton plus bracket.
I think if you look up the word steady, you might see that graphic. Steady but not spectacular.
100.
This would be a very good Super League sheet. And I'm sure the likes of Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar, who may be tuning in today, would agree with me in this. There'd be a lot of red pen used. Because in the old school days when you used to record 60 scores on a bit of carbon paper, if it was 100 or more, it'd be in red. If it was under 100, it'd be in black. This is one of those games where it's littered with red.
Don't get Matthew Edgar started on red pens, will you, please? He has red pens, he has pencils. He's like the staples of the commentary box. He has all the utensils. Well, this could be a 17th ton plus throw. Well, actually, it could probably will be better.
135.
No, it's a 17th ton plus throw. It leaves him 1, 2, 3 for the match to back up the opening defeat of a win. But Ashton is looking to do likewise, piles in a 140 at a perfect time to apply pressure. Well, his victory going to be as easy as 1, 2, 3 for Hurrell, not on this occasion.
For a second, he thought that he had a chance.
51.
Got to give Ashton credit for leaving this 2-darter with that previous score. But it's 95 now with 2. And the chance has gone.
40. James requires 72.
As to whether the game has gone, it's very much dependent on what James does now. And he leaves double top, which is usually bad news.
Game shot.
And it is again.
James
we
Hurrell.
did harbour that warning that maybe Hillbilly Hurrell was just too good on double top. This is how good he was throughout the game. 100% on the outer ring. It always needs the attention of us commentators and everybody watching along. That was beautifully done by James. It may not have been a massive average, but when he got to the double, he didn't hesitate. And he gets his first points of this group. When we come back, it will be the 1/3 point of our schedule for Monday as Jack Vincent takes on Jacob Taylor.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And you can book your free tickets for finals night by visiting dartshop.tv. All the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m. on a Saturday evening. But back here in Group A, Jacob Taylor then backing up his strong CDC and Q School form early on here, looking to build on his whitewash win in his debut match at the Super Series. A really efficient display from him against Lisa Ashton, and it looks as though he's settled into his new surroundings very well indeed. Jack Vincent's not settled too badly either, has he? Averaged over 95 in his opening match, a much stronger start to his campaign than the last time we saw him here, and he'll be feeling pretty good about his campaign after that. If their opening matches are anything to go by, this should be another incredibly high quality encounter this morning. Let's hand back to Henry and Nico to guide you through the action.
Thank you very much, Abby. We're really looking forward to this one. Jacob Taylor, 92.5 average in his first game. He was just consistent throughout the course of it. Now, the question we're going to ask of Jack Vincent is this. He played very well against Ryan Harrington in his opener. Averaged 95.68, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Now, and I suppose we'll have to ask it both ways because it is a debut for Jake Taylor in this competition, is what we're going to see second time around.
He made his first game look very simple. Dare I say it looked very Canadian. It looked just predictably happy for him at the end. Uncomplicated brilliance. I think he's going to be very hard to stop.
First leg, Jack to throw first. Game on.
And we were digging into some of his performances over the last couple of years. I don't think it's any sort of accident that he's got, and I really want to put this in bold, multiple
59.
CDC titles. You have to be a very good player to win one of them, but he's got multiple CDC titles. I think this guy is very
99.
well respected in North America.
Well, he won 3 CDC events in 2022. In terms of Q School, he finished 11th on the EU rankings, which wasn't far off a tour card whatsoever. As Vincent pars in his first max of the match. There's something about him this week. I think there's something about this stage which is making him click, because if you look at his performances
58.
in the Vault series, they're very much a high and low standard from him. He gets better as the competition goes on, but there's something about this competition, this stage, this setup, which makes him tick. He's a big stage player.
100.
We are going to find out an awful lot about Jack Vincent this week. He can pick his route to this 122 whichever way he wants.
23.
I don't think he likes that at all. Nobody likes to leave 99. A lot of players these days like to go bullseye on 122 to start that combination when their opponent is not on a finish. But look, Jake's on one now. He had a bad start to the leg. 2 double tops potentially. Well,
51.
he goes for the lesser known 5/16s. And Taylor was out of this leg, but now gets a shot to win it.
Game shot of the first
That is
leg,
destructive
Taylor.
from Jacob Taylor. 244 in 6 darts, and he ambles around the stage
Second leg, Jacob
as if
to
it's
throw
just another
first.
day.
Game on.
In a funny sort of way, he reminds me of Andrew Gilding. I don't think anything is going to ruffle this guy,
85.
so don't even try.
it was almost like he was overtaking on the outside lane of the M25 in the sense that it didn't feel like you were passing by very
59.
quickly, but you were, and you got the job done. That was a 15 darter, helped by that Max, and Jack Vincent, who came out the traps firing
100.
in that opening leg. Well, he made a little bit of a mess on the approach plate, and he got punished royally for it.
He made one mistake. He scored 23 from 122.
100.
Don't do it again. There's a long way to go, JV. If you're going to make an error, you tap yourself on the thigh and say, okay, I acknowledge the error. Just don't do it again.
190.
But when you do things right, just like that, you tap yourself on the thigh and say, replicate. That's now 2 180s for Jake Taylor.
100. Jacob Iroquois 136.
You're backing to take this out. Maybe not this time, but he has got 6 from this juncture. Vincent back on
87.
242. Has that opening leg just ruffled the feathers a little bit here from the man from Dunstable as Taylor leads 49 after 12.
Even though he missed
Jacob
the single
Iroquois
16,
49.
it may not matter because now it gives him options.
Game shot on the
And he's
second
obviously
leg,
pretty good at
Jacob
double
Taylor.
16. Now, us commentators, Henry, when we see somebody new and we've got a new
Third leg
nickname,
Jack to Hurrell first.
we somewhat coin in our
Game
own
on.
minds the possibility of the last line of the week. Now, if Jake Taylor was to win this week, there's only one possible line. Whether it was myself, yourself, Chris
60.
Mason, Chris Murphy, Corinne Hammond, Glenn Durrant, or anybody in this chair, there's only one possible line if Jake Taylor wins this week. And it is the truth.
140.
The truth, you can't handle the truth. If you're not aware, that is from a very, very
40.
famous movie, which involves a Jack, a certain Jack Nicholson, 2-time Oscar winner.
Well, it can only be you that could do that cool. Well, you are in the seat on Saturday night with Corinne Hammond.
140.
Corinne might want to see it. She might be up on movies as much as I am. I'd like to know why he's called The Truth, though.
95.
I like the origins of nicknames as to where they get them from. And it's not immediately obvious.
93.
What's the most obvious one you can think of?
Chizzy.
Exactly. You don't need to be a scientist or a professor to work out why he's called Chizzy. But we need to do a little
99.
digging
Jacob
to
Iroquois
find out why
128.
Jake is called The Truth. So we'll get on it. We'll figure it out.
There is an irony about the fact that we could just completely lie about why it's called The
100.
Truth.
No, best not. And 171 is the magic number for a 207.
60.
And one thing Jake Taylor is
Jacob Iroquois,
very
28.
much liking so far today is that he's not losing legs. And I
Game shot on
mean
the third leg,
at all.
Jacob Taylor.
He is now 7 deep without losing one leg so far today. This will feel
Fourth leg, Jacob
like he's
to Hurrell
invincible.
first. Game on.
And of his legs so far, he's won 7 of them. 5 have come within the space
180.
of 5 visits. That is how efficient he has been.
Like we said at the start,
95.
you don't come all the way from where he's come from without saying to yourself at the end of the week, it was worth it. When Raymond Smith came across the
60.
planet for Champions Week in Super Series 2, he had an agenda. He said, I'm not going all the way back to England, sacrificing time with my family for nothing. He walked away with
100.
£20,000, which in Aussie dollars is a lot more. he hasn't got your attention already,
100.
what more do you need? Okay, maybe that will get your attention.
I think we're already looking down the
93.
roster in that halfway
Jacob
match between
Uruguay
Jake Taylor and Barry Van
161.
Peer, aren't we?
It could be fairly imminent. And it may be the next thing
99.
on Jake's mind. That fixture will close out round 3. As far as closing out round 2, Barry Van Peer will do that against Ryan Harrington, who is licking his wounds a little bit after suffering defeat to this man right here.
60. Jacob
But it's
Uruguay,
defeat for
62.
Vincent, which is very imminent. How good is he on double 16 this time?
Game
How
shot,
good is
man of the
that?
match, Jacob Taylor.
80% on the doubles from the truth. And he can obviously handle the truth. 103.66. And that's our second ton plus average of the day so far. That is a fabulous game from Jacob. And he will feel so good because he has not lost a leg yet. When it comes to Barry Van Peer and Ryan Harrington in game 6, Barry knows how to get a win, but Ryan hasn't got one yet. But will he get one next?
Well, Barry Van Peer was the player to put down a marker in our opening round of games in week 8, averaged over 104.5 in his debut game. An outstanding display from him. He was the favourite to win the group before a dart had been thrown, and he has already shown why. Can he build on that in his next match against Ryan Harrington, who, of course, we didn't see in Hildesheim for the Challenge Tour last weekend? His best run this year came in the first event of the year, where he lost out to none other than Barry Van Peer in the last 32. That their only meeting of note, and it was a 5-1 success for the Dutchman on that occasion. Will it be repeat or revenge this time around? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Revenge is a very strong word, Abby, but dart players have got very good memories. And Ryan Harrington will know that he's already played Van Peer this year. It was a pretty flattering result, we could say, for Van Peer at the time, because he averaged just a couple of points better than Ryan did. But the age of 32, that's what grabs me from that graphic there. That's a really good time in your life to try and kick on, if that's what you wish. Now, one thing I'd like to talk about in this game is the desire of these two players. We know that Barry Van Peer's got very large ambitions, but what is the ambition of Harrington going forward?
First leg, Barry to Hurrell first. Game on.
He's a player that's had a taste of the big stage, of the big time, made the last 16 of the Grand Slam, as you saw on the best performance graphic
24.
before the play got underway in this one. So he's had that taste of it, and we see it a lot with players, don't we? Once they've had that little bit of a taste of it, and they come back, they go away from the game, they want it even more. They want to taste it again. I mean, have a look at that for a start. This is today. It's just been standard-wise incredulous.
100.
For the second time today, he starts a match with a maximum.
He's not done. Don't think he's done.
140.
I just wondered if that was the right time to switch. The second dart was immaculate. But I just got the feeling that he was running out of room because of the size of his flight. That maybe the switch on dart 6 was the right one. Look at me poking holes out of 181 after 6.
I'm going to say something now, 11:05 on Monday morning.
60,
this is the sort of week where a 9-darter goes.
Nope, because Conor Heenahan's not here. Might be the time for a 12.
48.
Every time he misses a shot like that, he seems to slap his leg. Is that information given to his opponent? Maybe the tiniest sign of weakness. Double 10. Nothing wrong with having a little bit of fire in the belly. But when you vocalize your frustrations, some players may see that as ammunition. Oh, Berry.
37.
Silly Berry.
Ryan, you require 20.
Doesn't get a shot at the outer ring. And Ryan takes full advantage of it.
And Ryan really just missed that one opportunity, didn't he, against Jack Vincent?
Game on.
That odd dart at double 16 was kind of the one that told, and then Vincent took out that 104 finish. He wasn't really allowed to feed off of much in his opening match. May feel like he's had a little bit of a let off there in that opening leg.
100.
Now, we spoke before this one got underway that as good as Berry was, if these two met in the middle, Ryan would have more than a chance in this game.
He's beaten some great players in his career.
90.
He's never been short of confidence. But it's all about what kind of
57.
confidence you've got right now. I think his interview with you earlier was very insightful. And it's one of a dart player for me who's playing with a little bit of freedom. I don't think he's putting himself under the same sort of pressure as maybe 2 or 3 years ago. I think now he's just playing the game because he can at a very high level.
190.
We're seeing plenty of maximums today, that's for sure.
We've seen 10. And we're into the beginning of match number 6. Can we see a 164? The bullseye for Berry! He finds the cherry! To break back, it's one apiece!
I think
it was fascinating that there was no celebration. No, nothing there. It was just 164.
100.
I'll just take that, thank you very much. That's just a little bit of Monday morning brilliance from Van Peer.
137.
Van in Dutch means of, doesn't it? So it's Berry of Peer. So Peer must be a place. It's like Barneveld is a
80.
place. I think Dutch darts is in a pretty good spot at the minute, isn't it? When you consider the man called Michael van Gerwen. It's actually Michael van Gerwen, because we've anglicised his name massively over the last 15 years. You got him, you got Van Barneveld, you've got Danny Noppert and Dirk van Dijvenbode, Jermaine Watermina. Dutch darts has never been as healthy as right now. And the levels they have, people in the elite, people
105,
on the Challenge Tour, people coming through in the youth game, they're everywhere. For such a small country, it's amazing how many players they've got coming through.
56. Barrier requires 76.
Double 8.
Game shown on the third
This
leg,
is
Barry
just
Van
a
Peer.
remarkable level of performance. He's backing up a 104.65 with an average just under a ton here, and that was on the back of a stodgy opening leg.
I don't think I've ever heard a leg called stodgy. That's a brilliant way to categorise a leg.
46.
Like bread that wasn't kneaded properly. Stodgy leg.
Well, he's treating this week like bread and butter, isn't he?
100.
The way that he's approached the Super Series. And we see it a lot from the Dutch players. And I think it's something to do with the Dutch mentality. They're very business-like. They'll go into saying, just
60.
get the job done. Just be efficient. No messing about. Well, there's certainly no messing about with Barry Van Peer.
I remember when we had...
60.
Was it before Christmas? It was. When Jeroen Meerk was here with Danny van Tripe. And my lasting memory of that week was leaving
58.
this facility and then the two players scooting by on electric scooters to their accommodation,
96.
just with two massive smiles on their face, as if to say, yep, we played our best today, we enjoyed it, and now we're going to go and relax.
So they were the two people I ran over in my car on that e-scooter.
58.
I should clarify, shouldn't I? I have not run anyone over in an e-scooter.
140.
The way that Berry's playing, he is speeding up. Now, he does have an incredibly creative calculator in his brain for darts. Where's he going to go for this? I think if Ryan was on a finish, he may have looked somewhere else.
53.
Dutch like to use 16s, don't they, on that 105 approach?
Better from Harrington.
140.
But Van Peer has not missed a double yet. And he still hasn't missed. And that was right in the centre. Maybe not in the deep centre, but look at how far inside the segment it was. Nowhere near the wires.
Game on.
He is seeing those doubles like they're twice the size they are.
109.
And he's making the game look easy. I assure you it's not.
Now, there is a thesaurus somewhere underneath our desk. We're going to need it in a bit because Berry is playing at an incredible level.
140.
You mentioned the possibility of 9 darters. I think if we're going to get one, it might have to come from BVP. And at the end of the week, is he going to be the MVP? When you consider the other players that we have coming this
65.
week, I'm not underestimating them at all. But I think if they are watching right now, they know that Van Peer is the favourite for the reason that we gave at the start of play with Abby on the balcony. This guy is just in the best form of his entire career.
He's playing with an air of confidence, and it kind of came through in the interview he did before the first game. And he's in a mood, and he's in a zone, and he's most certainly showing it here. He has 60 for the match. He's currently 3 out of 3 when it comes to the outer ring, an average of just under 99. And this is to cap off yet another really good performance on Van Peer. Double 10, the open bed
40.
is not found. So Harrington, well, this is a Hail Mary 129, and it has to go.
Not going to get it. So Harrington may find himself at the foot of the table alongside Lisa Ashton.
20.
Because Vampire again has pulled out another superb performance. He gets the better of Ryan Harrington by 4 legs to 1 with an average 10 points lower than his first performance, but it was still a 94.81, a 164 high checkout, 2 maximums to his name, an incredible amount of 140s as well in amongst the mix. He is now categorically the favourite for this group. He has laid down the gauntlet for the rest to follow. Coming up after the break, Jack Vincent, who put in a brilliant display in his opening match. He then proceeded to lose to Jake Taylor. He takes on Lisa Ashton, who's looking to get her first win on the board. We'll see you for that next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Barry Vampire has just won his second game on debut here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Paul Nicholson alongside me. How impressed have you been with his performances so far?
So smooth. And when you look at some of the 180s he's hit, I've never seen him throw a dart so freely, which is great to watch. But I think everybody's got to worry about him this week. I know the stats over the last few weeks have told us that Barry's been playing some great stuff. But up close, it looks really good.
Yeah, it really does. And coming into this week, it was Leonard Gates who was the 3-1 favourite to go all the way on finals. Now, I think there may be a bit of a shift in the prices come the end of today. Let's have a quick look then at the league table at this early stage in Group A. And of course, Barry Vampire, absolutely sublime. Jacob Taylor as well, though. The way that he's adapted, the way he's settled into this, he seems to be enjoying this format so far as well.
Yeah, obviously no jet lag this morning from Jacob. He hasn't lost a leg yet. He's just been so smooth, and I know that he took full advantage of one tiny mistake that Jack made in that previous encounter, but he's just plodding along doing his thing. He's like a Canadian Andrew Gilding. It's just really, really tough to topple someone who obviously doesn't get flustered by anything.
Yeah, I'm sure Dan Dawson will have a poster of him in his downstairs toilet before long, I'm sure. But Lisa Ashton, a word on her, because, of course, she lost out so narrowly in her last match to James Hurrell. But her performance level, there are certainly positives to take.
Oh, absolutely. I think she understands that this is a marathon. I think the possibility of 6 points is there by the end of the day. But at this stage, she might say, you know what, 4, I'm still in it. And she does need someone to be pegged back. Maybe someone like Berry or Jake. If they're going to have a mistake, she could take full advantage of that towards the second half of action today.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of Lisa's stats from her previous visits here. Of course, in November, when she made it through to finals night, she was actually in the same group as Jack Vincent on that occasion, and she won both of their Group C meetings, and that's the clash we've got coming up next for you. But when you have a look at her all-time stats, what really catches your eye when you look at those?
I think it's the win percentage. Anybody who is around that 50% mark gets my attention. When we were in Southampton and coming here to Portsmouth for the first time, we started looking at statistics and figuring out where the elite stood in MODUS Super Series darts. And if you were over 50%, you were very competitive. If you were around the 60% mark, so between, say, 57 and 62%, you were elite. So we're putting Lisa in a very good category. But that's just what she's done before. I think she's never been noted as a massive 180 hitter. I just think that the proclivity of a big finish is there, and it could well see her through to Saturday night at some point.
Yeah, quite interesting as well. Whenever we look at those overall stats, almost everyone's finishing stats are around that 33%, aren't they? But a word then on Jack Vincent, because you mentioned the last time he was here. What aspects of his game this time around have you been more impressed with?
I think coming here for the second time, obviously it's going to feel more familiar. And other analysts who've stood in this position holding this microphone will say that when you know where everything is and you know all of the intricacies about playing multiple games in a day, it just makes you feel like it's not the first day of school anymore. It's a case of, I've done this before. Yes, I lost a few games, but now I have more experience. And that's exactly what Jack needs.
Absolutely. Right then, let's get into this one. It is Jack Vincent up against Lisa Ashton. Henry, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. Well, we saw a really good opening performance, didn't we, from Jack Vincent, who's really settled into the stage here at the Super Series. As for Lisa Ashton, we're heading into the third game of Monday, and a win you sense is becoming a bit of a must when you look at the shape of the table. Jake Taylor and Bay Van Peer at the top on 4. Ashton looking to get off the mark. Wise for Jack Vincent, he can move himself amongst that top pack if he can claim victory here, make it a 2 from 3 start, and it's a more than efficient start to the day. Around about 6 points is around about the par for the course on a Monday morning here at the Super Series. If Ashton is to achieve that, then she's going to have to win her remaining 3 games of the day. And it is a more than capable possibility. When you look at Ashton's game so far, she's lost to Jacob Taylor, who we think him and Berry probably going to be the 2 we sense are going to be the ones that are going to be at the top end of the table. If she's going to hang around, she's going to have to get a result against Berry, then win the remaining 2 around that.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask. But then again, when has a dart player ever done anything the easy way? It's one of those sports. It's
100.
strange in its intricacy that you will more than likely lose more games than you win. You look at her all-time record here.
60.
160, lost 67. That's still pretty good. But Chris Mason has been so eloquent on this topic that if you can't get used to the losing aspect of this sport, you won't thrive. And the ability to bounce back
85.
is maybe, in this project, in this tournament structure, more important. Because if you can't bounce back from loss, you are not going to progress.
Well, at any tournament anywhere in the world, only one
100.
person comes away happy, and that is the winner. So there's going to be 11 disappointed players come the end of this week because they will not win the £5,000 top prize. They will not
81.
win their way into Champions Week. The only way to get over disappointment is by winning tournaments, and that's something Lisa Ashton has done on more than many occasions in her illustrious career.
100.
If you're curious and are just joining us today,
60.
you may want to know who's already in Champions Week. We will run you through the 7 names that have already qualified when we start leg 2. Vincent's not going to get a shot at double 18 after missing
45.
the big single and the treble with dart 1. But Ashton is not going to get a shot herself as well. She strays away from the 20 on her first dart.
Just has a double check as to where those darts laid there. They were quite close to the wire as Vincent returns to 56 to take the opening leg with a breaker throw. Tops. It was like the old double one match, wasn't it? 1 up, 1 in for Jack Vincent. And he is 1 up on the 4 times champion of the world.
Second leg Jack to Hurrell first.
A teaser as to who's in Champions Week.
No teasing needed. John Worsley won week 1. Then we had that marvellous final in week 2 between Owen Bates and Leonard Gates, which had a real ring to it.
40.
Jelle Klaassen and Scott Taylor winnings of £5,000 each in weeks 3 and 4. Then we had that marvellous
45.
week from Mike Warburton, who stuck to his task and played more games than anybody that week. Matt Clark getting a second Champions Week berth in winning week 6, and then Steve West on Saturday night. We have more names to book. Just never know. Under the radar could be what we're saying about Jack Vincent for the rest of the week, because this is a much better display from him.
59.
He saw his good friend Adam Mould make it to Champions Week last time out. Jack Vincent was actually in the crowd supporting Adam Mould as he got over the line and secured a place at Champions
60.
Week in January.
Don't you love that kind of commitment to the game? Even when you're not playing, you're there. Oh, that's a wonderful 171 from Lisa.
71. Jackie require 121.
Said she's not noted as a maximum hitter, but when you can score 3 treble 19s, it just goes to show what you can do. She may need another one.
64.
Sometimes
46.
in some more seasoned players, when they go for the 19s to start, it's because they're not getting much joy in the 60. They're just going for a plan B. But plan A is working for Vincent, who got a 14 darter there and doubles the lead.
Very much plan A working for Jack Vincent. 2-0 up.
Lisa to Thoreau first. Game on.
Last time I saw plan B, it was back in the noughties, wasn't it?
130.
I'm not getting into a music argument with you again.
I said I told you, boy, I told you so.
81.
If only you could see the look on Paul Nicholson's face.
I don't
95.
think Lisa's too happy with the way things are going for her this morning.
$76.
But the 19s are starting to work a little bit better than the 60s.
83.
Well, we see Eileen de Graaf do this a heck of a lot, don't we? And it's not done her any harm. Talking about Dutch Open champions.
190.
Oh, 344 and 6s on. And we've already had a 164 today from Barry Van Peer.
44. Jackie require 1.
These are the conversions that really make you proud. It's not going to go. So Ashton this time, if she stays on the 19s, she'll need 6 of them for a shot at double 16. She hasn't had a shot at double so far in this match yet. That's perfect. That leaves 70.
106. Jack, your
It would be
wire,
so
72.
typical of Lisa's morning if Jack takes this out. Double 12. And
Game
every time she
Jonathan
looks
and
up,
Jack Vincent.
her opponents are finding the mark. It's now 3-0 JV, and I didn't see this coming.
Lisa
Jack
Ashton must be
to
thinking,
Hurrell first.
again?
Game on.
Because she was on the other end of that performance from Jake Taylor, that 92.5. James Hurrell was 4 out of 4 on the doubles against her in her second game. And now Jack Vincent averaging,
95.
well, we'll show you now, 95. 60% on the doubles.
He's almost
98.
cornering Lisa to force her to provide the best game she's ever had here. We saw via those all-time stats that her best average here is a shade over 98. And if that's the kind of level that Jack is providing, then Lisa's going to have to find something that she's never done here before. I mean, it's 3 trebles, but 2 small ones.
You can tell Lisa fancies the 19s because our directors now decided to go with the downstairs split.
Sounds a bit like a
59.
dessert, doesn't it? A downstairs split.
Sounds like what you'd call a pair of ripped trousers, but less of that.
100.
She was forced to go back upstairs there from 304. And Jack's got to be careful from 266. If in doubt, just max it.
190.
Incredible. This is the best I've seen him play. 3 maximums,
100.
60% on doubles, and possibly 2 darts away from beating Lisa Ashton 4-0.
We asked the questions of Jack Vincent.
72.
He's coming up with the answers, but he hasn't come up with a match just yet. And so this is a Hail Mary attempt here. Lisa Ashton, 104 to save the match.
That 54 is covered. But she still finds it. What a dart that is.
72. Jack, you require 14.
If you're on 32, you can be aggressive. On double 7, the next door neighbour, you can't. Double 2.
12.
I'll give him his due. He was aggressive on all 2 shots. He got a double there. And indeed very confident on the single as well.
Game
But he hasn't got the 4-0 win. He'll have to now try and get the 4-1 victory. Now, Lisa Ashton is just rubbing the lower part of her back.
Throw first. Game
I
on.
hope she's not in a great deal of discomfort today.
5th leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
I assure you that was not deliberate from JV. I think he was just a bit too excited to get started.
I don't blame him. He's 3-1 up on a 4-time world champion. He's averaging in the 90s, had 3 maximums. I bet he's absolutely buzzing on that stage. And I suppose when you're in that sort of scenario, you have to drag the players off the stage.
90.
Drag them kicking and screaming.
You like to be on the stage when you're winning.
125.
If you're losing, just get the hook.
Look at Leonard Gates. You can't get him away from a dartboard.
100.
So true. You know how I was saying congratulations about victories this weekend? What about Neil Duff? Won himself
59.
a first seniors title this weekend in an Open Series tournament. Well done to Neil.
Yeah, Leonard Gates won the Champion of Champions. He didn't quite have the limousine type journey back down to port. So he had to share a car with Phil
81.
Bars.
$100.
Is this going to be the start of the fight back for Lisa Ashton? She's never down and out. But Vincent has been unbelievable when it comes to the maximums.
118.
That's now his 4th. Double top.
98.
And Vincent gets his pick.
Jaguar 50.
That 180 has applied all sorts of pressure on Ashton. And so now for the match, for a 4-1 win and for another impressive performance. That dragged low. But that
Game
finds
shot
its
on
way
the
in.
match,
And
Jack
it's another win
Vincent.
for Jack Vincent, who has put in 2 really good performances today. As for Lisa Ashton, well, the search for a first win of her day goes on. It was her best average of the day so far at 86.64. But for Jack Vincent, a 93.86, 4 maximums in that match. He hit nearly as many maximums as he did ton plus visits in that match. 40% when it came to the outer ring as well. This has been a really good start from our ADC qualifier this week. Coming up after the break, James Hurrell's in action. He takes on Ryan Harrington.
James Hurrell and Ryan Harrington next to go head-to-head here at the Live Lounge. Hurrell picking up his first win of the week last time out, coming through a decider to get the better of the Lancashire Rose. 4 from 4 on the outer ring, finishing all 4 legs on tops. So reliable on that segment of the board. As for Harrington, back-to-back 4-1 defeats for him. His performance level hasn't really been that bad. His opponents have just been more clinical at the back end of legs. Can he carve out more opportunities for himself in this one? Nico and H are going to talk you through the action.
Thank you very much, Abby. Well, these are 2 players that if you look at their performances so far today, I think we're going to know what we're going to get. We're going to get something consistent and something consistently good. Well, Ryan Harrington must feel like he's absolutely ran into one today. Averages are 94.5, averages are 92, and really it's just been a couple of missed doubles here and there that's been the difference. It's been on the other end of inspired performances on both occasions.
That's darts. Welcome to the MODUS Super Series, where wins are not handed out, you have to earn them. James Hurrell was here for the very first finals night here in Portsmouth back in September of 2022. That night was won by an Irishman, then Kieran Tian. But Ryan Harrington, who, if I remember rightly,
First leg, James to
was a
throw
big
first.
man
Game
when he was
on.
on tour. I'm not entirely sure what he's doing now. He's looking to take out the trash and get himself 6 points by the end of the day. And if he's going to do that, he needs to beat James Hurrell, Jacob Taylor, and Lisa Ashton, which will be his final challenge of the day in Game 15.
I would do a gag on rubbish, but I'm going to skip that.
65.
That tumbleweed going by is yours, Henry. If in doubt,
100.
Ryan will pick it up and put it in the trash. I saw him briefly on my way to the balcony, actually, and he said, what have I got to do to get a victory?
99.
I can't keep playing this well and keep losing. And I said, you can't keep playing this well and keep losing. It's just a play on words.
60.
It's a mentality thing. Just turn things around a little bit. Keep playing the way you are, Ryan. You will get a win.
Well, here at the Super Series, we have created a
58.
restaurant of bad luck. Or at least myself and Chris Mason have created a restaurant of bad luck, which currently occupies Danny Larrabee, Jared Cole and Adam Lipscomb. Well, if things carry on this way, Ryan Harrington will be adding himself to the
125.
one place that you do not want to book a reservation at.
I fear to think what's on the menu.
It's
I
one magpie.
I bet the soup's pretty sour.
96.
It's a soup of
James
doubt.
O'Hara, 116.
And the bowl of sick.
Yeah. A great first start from Hillbilly Hurrell, but he misses the single.
76.
Tell you what, if you go to the bar in that restaurant, it's pretty meager. Keep ordering trebles and you only get singles.
126. James require 40.
Must be like going to Tiger Tiger all over again. Oh, wants tots for the opening leg.
But he wants a double. A double 5.
30.
Well, Harrington has been
Warrior,
gifted
57.
an opportunity now. Double top. And
Game shot of
that's
the first
more
leg,
like
Ryan
it.
Harrington.
And just watch his approach as he came back down the board. First of all, walked straight back
Second
down the
Ryan to
hockey,
Hurrell
signifying
first.
to his
Game
opponent
on.
that he has broken him. But more than that, the business-like look, you can see it on his face right now. There is pure business here from him. He knows that he's playing well, he just hasn't got the
85.
results, and he's now more locked in than ever to try and find that elusive first win.
Do you know what as well? There are a lot of dart players out there who believe in luck. There's even a dart player who's played here many times
43.
who has his own catchphrase. How's your luck? But if you're a religious person, and it's pretty apt because this used to be a church.
39.
If you were to lose your first couple of games and then pray to some sort of deity, please give me luck, it doesn't work that way. If you believe in that kind of thing, you may be given more
81.
opportunities to be lucky or to be more fortunate. In that first leg, Ryan Harrington was given another opportunity to be fortunate.
99.
He wasn't given fortune. Just the way you think about the way things are worded and how you think about things can take you a long way. That's what psychology is all about. It's using words to your advantage and the way they are processed through your mind.
Either that or he'll be following the
100.
Kylie Minogue strategy of luck.
Well, she had and still has a brilliant career behind her. I used to pass her house on the way to work, do you know that?
81.
And I used to drive on the Australian GP circuit every morning on my way to work in Melbourne. Never a dull moment.
135.
The Albert Park, or is that the Formula One racetrack?
Yep, that's the one. I couldn't go at the speeds that they were. Not that I could in a Toyota Camry.
82. Ryan require 43.
That would have made an interesting Top Gear documentary, wouldn't it? As Harrington goes for the double 16 in search of a 2-0 lead, and that's exactly what he does. And this is a proficient performance from Ryan Harrington. Ironically, if you look at the statistics, he's 2 from 2 in the doubles, but in terms of his scoring phase, it's actually his
Hurrell
lowest
James
average
to
of the day
Hurrell
so
first.
far, but he finds
Game
himself
on.
2-0 in front. He's just consistently doing what he needs to do, whilst for James Hurrell, it's just a little bit of a decline of what we've seen in the opening 2 matches up to press.
44.
34 darts for the first couple of legs there. That's pretty impressive. And if you can maintain that sort of level for the rest of the week,
139.
you won't be far away. If you think about Van Peer and you think about Taylor in this group, they're well above that right now. But whether they maintain that is a very different thing.
45.
And James Hurrell has looked pretty uncomfortable in this game. And he did so in a little bit of his previous encounter as well. Got to admire his
85.
tenacity to try and get through some of these games today, because he's not 100%. If you think about dart players just flinging a little bit of metal at a mat,
60.
as Sid Waddell would say it, it's a lot more taxing than you think. If you look at the way that Ryan stands, for instance, that's not natural. Side on,
65.
with your feet and your body, and flinging something in a completely unnatural direction. Do it as many times as these guys do. It takes its toll.
140.
I'm currently doing some research into the ideal sort of recovery that dart players need to do after a day like this. When it comes to exercise, the mental side of it, the hydration side of it. It's going to take me a while to figure it out.
I think recovery is going to be the word for James Hurrell following the completion of this match, because Ryan Harrington
82.
is on the cusp of the double break, a 3-0 lead, and Hurrell, despite those 3 darts at a double, really hasn't been given any openings whatsoever. That's a poor opening dart, but he recovers it well with the second to give himself a dart at double 10
on the third leg,
for a 3-0 lead, the
Harrington.
double break, and now he throws for a whitewash win. He's doing it with sheer consistency, proficiency. He's not had a 140 plus or 180 yet, but 5 scores of a ton or more has been enough for him to eke out those opportunities in this game.
97.
And look at that. They've had the same amount of ton-plus scores in this game, and it's 3-0 to Harrington. In fact, Hurrell's only had 3 darts at a double.
139.
Obviously winning the key moments. And he's not stopping.
99.
I don't like that switch, you know. I don't like it at all. Now, I'm not one to criticise, but I think there was plenty of room underneath that first dart. Even though the first dart wasn't coupled with dart 2, I think leaving yourself on 305 there instead of 304 minimum was an error. And that might just be a little bit of game rust for Ryan, who hasn't played a great deal of competitive stuff lately.
46.
He's left himself on another tricky number of 259. And you do have to think about these kind of things. 304 means 140 to a finish. If you've got 305, it's a bit more intricate.
Or go and hit a max and everything else is academic.
180s tend to get you out of trouble a lot of the time.
It's like the darting get out of jail free card.
If only we had more of them.
134.
Fair play to Hurrell,
79.
who's left himself on 50, but it's not up to him right now. A match start is imminent for Harrington on double top.
59.
Vastly under-delivered.
50.
And Hurrell is still kicking. How good has he been on tops today?
Hurrell.
The only reason he hasn't got as many points as Jacob Taylor and Barry Van Peer is because he just hasn't had as many shots at tops as he would hope.
Game on.
When he's there, he hits it.
His doubling stats today are really, really good. He was 4 out of 4 against Lisa Ashton. Took one of his 2 opportunities against Barry Van Peer. And let's be honest, opportunities there was as rare as
100.
Haley's Comet. This has only been the only game where there's been a blot underneath that 33% mark, 1 out of 4. When he's been given opportunity to finish a leg off, he has taken them.
34.
Opportunities even again here are beginning to come at a premium.
60.
You get the feeling that it's going to be a very busy year for James. He's one of those players who is going to get plenty of
100.
invites into lots of different tournaments. And some players like variety. It's almost known as the Chaz Barstow way of doing things from 2021.
85.
He played with us, he played the WDF circuit, he played Challenge Tour, got invites to the Pro Tour. Keeps you very busy and can be very profitable as well.
97.
It did wonders for the career of Scott Williams last year. Harrington, another chance to win the match on the biggest checkout of the lot.
140. Ryan Wire 170.
But he's going to be under considerable pressure. But can he win it with the fish?
He can fish as well.
98.
I've seen him at fishing
Danger
events.
Wire 116.
He's a lot better at fishing than a lot of people I know.
Hurrell looking to reel Harrington in here. It'll be one dart at tots, potentially to save the match.
76.
And for once, it is a
Ryan
miss at the
Wire
top of the board.
72.
And it could prove costly. Very much so. 2 in his hand, a double 12 for the match. And to
Green shot
get his
and a
opening
match,
win on the
Ryan
board that his
Harrington.
performances over the course of the day have most certainly merited. Ryan Harrington is a victor here at the Super Series, getting the better of James Hurrell 4-1, doing so with a 95.5 average, 4 out of 5 when it came to the doubles. James Hurrell an average of 86, 1 out of 5 on the outer ring. But Harrington gets his points on the board, and deservedly so with the performances that he's put in today. Well, I would recommend not going anywhere after this short break, because Jake Taylor is taking on Barry Van Peer, and this could be very special indeed. Do not touch the dial.
Next up, the two standout performers of the day so far. Jacob Taylor yet to drop a leg today, clinical and efficient in match 1. He built on that somewhat in game 2, a 103.66 average against Jack Vincent, 4 from 5 on the doubles. As for Barry Van Peer, playing with such freedom, he's been a joy to watch in his opening 2 games. A fantastic rhythm. He posted a 104.65 in his debut game, averaged 10 points less in game 2, but still treated us to a fantastic 164 out en route to a 4-1 win. Can they maintain the level shown early on in their middle match? Really looking forward to this one, so let's hand back to our commentary team to talk you through it.
Yeah, we're fascinated by this one, Abby, purely because they have played so well today. And they're playing with some great technique and that little bit of freedom that you need to play your best. Maybe it's not a shock to see Barry Van Peer playing so well, but we are only just starting to learn what the truth can do. Can the truth set you free? Because he'd love to have a couple of days off on Thursday and Friday and let everybody else sweat it out for Saturday night. That's the plan for the truth. He might even want to do what Daniel Closer did in 2022. Get the table won on Wednesday and go sightseeing in London, and then come back on Saturday night. As for Berry, he said earlier that his only goal this week is to make Saturday.
First leg, Jacob to throw first.
And the way he's playing, he's got every single chance of doing exactly that. We kind of mentioned it quite early on in the day. We thought this was probably the one
140.
that could be the standout tie of the game of the day that we'll be seeing on our YouTube channel later.
140.
And I don't think this match is going to take long, whether it's 4-0, 4-3 or somewhere in between. It's not as if these guys hang around.
93.
Well, let's talk about Canadian darts then, because it's been a hot topic since
57.
around 1993. There is a podcast out there that it has one of our commentary colleagues,
54.
Dan Dawson, talks to John Part about his career. And he said, when he was playing at home, I think I'm as good as those world-class players. And let's face it, he turned out to be the case.
100.
Since then, we've had great Canadians like Bob Seneve, Jeff Smith, Kylie Edmond hasn't really come to the fore yet. Just
82.
remember that name. Dawson Marshall, Sean Narain. I could go on and on.
140. Jacob, you require 132.
But I think Canada is producing more players now than it ever has. And that's a great thing. And there are more players willing to travel. Because
92.
getting from Canada to Europe
64.
is expensive and it's a long trip. It takes sacrifice, this game.
32.
And Jacob Taylor is
Jacob
going for his
40.
9th consecutive leg today.
$30.
He might just lose
require
his first leg of the
32.
day right now.
Well, he's never lost a leg at the Super Series. What he has
Games on
now.
the first leg, Barry Van Peer.
Well, that 100% record has come and gone. Well, it was going to happen at some point, wasn't it? But a breaker throw for Barry Van Peer to start. 17 dart leg.
Barry to throw first.
Van Peer, who
Game
was the
on.
Dutch Open champion in January. And I've been told that he sold his shirt.
58.
That he won that particular tournament and he gave it for away to charity to support the G-Force darts team, which is a
93.
power darts team out in the Netherlands, which is a really, really nice touch.
139.
A lot of the dart players do that these days. It's just a nice way to... It's to do two things, really. One, to give someone the opportunity of
85.
owning a piece of darting history. And then money can go to a worthwhile cause as well.
96.
I do that every Christmas time for my two favourite charities, Battersea and Salvation Army.
125.
I know there's a lot of dart players out there who love to contribute to some great causes, and if that's what Berry's done, I applaud it.
96.
Just to give you an indication, if you're not up on geography as well.
60.
You think
Barrier
about where
wire
Jake
112.
lives, what it takes to get here. It's not the distance that is the problem.
76.
It's the readiness of
Barrier wire
flights.
138.
Getting here for him to be direct, it's impossible. Ooh, 138.
114.
The old school way.
Barrier wire 36.
The Delaware. Surely he can't miss. There's no way he could have missed. Those first two darts were such a nice marker. It effectively made the beg 10 times bigger in the fact that you just had two plum markers. Aim it anywhere along the line of the barrel and you would find your way into the double. That's exactly what Van Peer's done. He's opened up a 2-0 lead. Two legs, one in the space of 6 visits.
96.
It is steady and efficient from the reigning Dutch Open champ.
Try and make sense of darts if you can, because he's playing his worst level of the day and is still leading 2-0 against a person who hadn't lost a leg.
121.
Let's face it, Jacob Taylor hasn't got a massive amount of experience in playing top-level stuff.
140.
In a funny sort of way, Jack Vincent's got more experience than him at playing this sort of level.
140.
But what Jake said earlier about the fact that he thinks he can rival some of the best players in the world,
140. Jacob Iroquois,
that tells you something about his ambitions.
And this is a key barrier to break down if you harbour such ambitions. But Barry Van Peer is proving a hard barrier to break down altogether. It's going to be 12 on ball while the treble gives him a data double 13 for 3-0 lead. And that is just clinical. That is just savage from Barry Van Peer. As Jacob Taylor thought he might get an opportunity to bring it back to 2-1. Van Peer finds a double break. And in 5.5 minutes, has the opportunity to finish this game off.
105.
As I like to say, because I had a slip of the tongue when I once commentated on Barry Van Peer, this is very Van Peer.
45.
His nickname is Bionic. I don't know why. I'm not going to guess why. I'll ask him later. But I assure you right now, he is feeling borderline tremendous about his chances of winning this group. You may feel great on Monday morning, but until you've got a decent amount of points in the bank come the end of Monday, you just don't know what kind of week you're going to have. It may well be Barry Van Peer who walks away with 10 points today.
58.
Because if he wins this one, he's going to find himself on 6 points with a game against Lisa Ashton
96.
and Jack Vincent to come. And that is gettable, considering how he's playing.
He does that. I know this is a big statement to make on Monday.
140. Barrier wire 108.
He could have a foot in Saturday night's final from Group A, because you'd think round 20 to 22 will be about the mark in this group. I think there's going to be a lot of cancelling out. And you may be doing the work he needs to do early on in this group.
I think 24 wins this group this week. Because I think either one of these two people, I think they're going to get 24 points.
Game shot and the match.
But Barry Van Peer's got 4 legs to nil. It's almost feast to famine for Jacob Taylor, who won 4-0, 4-0 to start his day. And then he is done 4-0 by Barry Van Peer. See? Very Van Peer that was. So there you go. 6 points after round 3, and Barry Van Peer is at the top. And he is still the favourite for Group A. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it will be Jack Vincent against James Hurrell.
Jack Vincent and James Hurrell back in action next for match 10 of 15 here at the Live Lounge. Vincent so much more composed, so much more comfortable up on that stage than he was on his debut, and it's allowing us to see some fantastic darts from him this morning. He's already posted 2 mid-90 averages in this session and could find himself on 6 points after 4 games with a win here. As for Hurrell, well, every leg he's won so far today has remarkably been on tops. Will that continue in this one? Let's get back into the action with Nico and Henry.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, tops exists. And tops is owned by Hurrell. But will he get the points in this one? Jack Vincent has got 4 points from a possible 6 so far. Not a bad campaign at all. And when you consider he's got the same points as Jacob Taylor right now, that makes it look even better. But Hurrell has got 2 points, just like Ryan Harrington. He's having to work very hard for every leg he's getting today, Henry.
Indeed, he has. But I suppose that's kind of been the story of the day thus far for all the players, really. That's kind of been the standard we've seen. We've got little sheets where we write out all the match averages on here in the commentary box, and the amount of 9s that we've seen at the start of it, I don't know many Monday mornings where we've seen
First leg, Jack
quite an allocation of them.
First. Game on.
What we're seeing as well are a lot of victories by margins. One game, which happens to be the game that Hurrell won
43.
against Lisa Ashton in game 4, that went 4-3. Everything else has been 4-0 or 4-1. A rather rapid Monday.
140.
But I'm pretty sure that there will be a few more games that are a bit tighter before things conclude for Monday. Whatever you're
60.
doing post MODUS Super Series action today, I hope you've got some nice plans. But remember that we are back tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. But 2 more rounds of matches before we get to that
85.
point.
Plenty of entertainment, plenty of drama to come. And once we're done, head over to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. We've got plenty of bonus content. If you missed Saturday night's final, we've got highlights of that where Steve
100.
West become the 7th player inducted into Champions Week, as well as an exclusive interview with Fallon Sherrock following that historic 9-darter at the Challenge Tour a week or so ago. She
140.
caught up with Chris Murphy on Thursday night. You can watch that in full on our YouTube channel. The other bonus content this week, we've got a couple of sit-downs with a couple of the players this week. We'll be doing our bit in around the commentary box.
56.
Vincent, Corinne Hammond and myself will be a part of the commentary team this week.
60.
That's a good last start from James. Just takes the bullseye out of the equation when he returns. We are
60.
somewhat uniquely
James
positioned
Revoir,
here in the commentary
76.
box. We're very close to the practice area. And it's been remarkably quiet this morning,
60.
which means that everything's been rather friendly. I'm not going to sit here and tell porky pies, because every now and again, somebody doesn't get along. Not this week.
60.
I think it'll
James
be a
Revoir,
rather friendly
16.
practice room this week. Now, if only double 8 was at the top of the board.
No score.
Really scuppered by that
Revoir,
first start, which was blocking
122.
everything for him. Hence why he went to his right. And Vincent has a chance to steal if he can find 4 18s.
Can only find 2 of them. Now, I think James Hull here
54.
should change the ring around and put the
James
20
Revoir,
where he's trying
16.
to aim for the double 8. That might give him a bit of better luck.
If only you could do that.
Game shot
He
of the
doesn't
first
need to
leg,
do that.
James Hurrell.
Well, let's see, he could do that. I would have put double 10 in double 16's position years ago.
Second leg, James to throw first. Game on.
I reckon we should do that one week. Just completely stun the players and just change the ring somewhere around. Maybe put the 13 at the top of the board. Just creating chaos.
92.
Dart players are very much tuned into not only where the numbers are, but where the colours are as well. You look back at history and there have been bullseyes that haven't been red. We've had black bullseyes in PDC World Darts Championships before. And you go to certain trade shows, people have dartboards commissioned in their own company colours. I've thrown on a blue dartboard before, which looked blurry to me, because I was so used to looking at these segments.
I suppose especially for people who are colourblind as well, that's going to have an effect. And blue and green are the traditional colours that people struggle with colour blindness from.
81.
He said that this sport is very inclusive. It always has been, because we've had players with sight in just the one eye. We've had players win in the last few days who have pretty much only got the use of one eye. And we do have disability darts as well these days, with inventions now where the dartboards go up and down on the wall. I love how inclusive the sport is, and it always has been.
It's
a lovely visit from JV. Doesn't change the thinking of James Hurrell, though, who now goes for tops.
51.
And a rare miss.
Jack Uruguay 45.
And double 20 to give JV a chance of the break back.
Game shot on the second
That's
leg.
such a positive dart, isn't it? I love it when players go for the northern bit of that double 16. It shows real purpose about that shot.
Third leg Jack to throw.
You are much better if you miss double 16, missing it high than low.
And the way that he attacks every single shot he goes for is saying to his opponents,
100.
I fancy this. I think I'm going to take it out. And it puts pressure on them from the get-go, because you know that they're going to be positive in their play.
60.
He's won quite a few ranking tournaments now as Hillbilly, dating back to 2015 when he got his first at the Finnish Masters. And he did have a very good time of it in 2022,
96.
winning the Scottish Open, the Italian Grand Masters, won the Belfry Open. Not to mention the team championship at the Europe Cup, where he captained the side.
180.
I think if I was to walk up to him right now, we'd probably say that's his proudest moment.
Gears to go. He will be one of the favourites at the Lakeside later on this year for the WDF World
45.
Championships, which takes place at the beginning of December.
That's going to be weird, having that tournament on before Ali Pali.
60.
But it has been on at Easter last year, so we would have been gearing up for it this time last year.
That felt weird, being at Lakeside and didn't have to wear a big coat.
Oh, it's another hat stand there for Jack Vincent. I was still wearing a coat. Must be my thin skin.
Bobby Davro had a good week.
65.
Yeah, he got smashed.
Jack Uruguay 140.
We'll tell you about that in the next leg. There was a very infamous incident backstage with Bobby Davro. Don't go anywhere near that flight, Jack.
100.
Well done.
James Uruguay 136.
Stay there. So unfortunate. Just the tiniest
96.
little bit more, and he would have had a shot
40.
at double 8 for a 2-1 lead.
As we have it, Vincent wants to target at Hurrell. Just keeps hitting.
Game shot in the third
Jack
leg.
Vincent
Jack
has similar
Vincent.
joys. He leads 2-1.
Fourth leg James to throw.
Okay, so if you want a little
Game on.
story from 12 months ago, we're sitting backstage, working for a very well-known sports network covering the
81.
Lakeside Championship, and it was at the very start. There's a very famous room at Lakeside which has got lots of pictures on the wall of previous acts that have been there over the last 50, 60 years.
45.
So we're sitting there with John Rowling and Lindsay Hipgrave, myself, Chris Murphy, and some others. And all of a sudden, one of the pictures from the wall falls on the
100.
floor in somewhat mysterious circumstances. Nobody wants to touch the picture. There's glass everywhere. It's the Bobby Davro picture. And the picture flips over,
58.
and underneath the photograph is this very strange-looking old picture of a girl in a chair. And you automatically think, it looks haunted. And nobody wanted to touch the picture.
140.
And we had a bit of fun with that picture that week, didn't we?
That was found in all sorts of different places, may we say.
Yeah, we left it in Lindsay Hipgrave's chair, and she was not happy with us.
43.
I think the bit she didn't like was during the advert breaks. One of the songs that was playing was I Want to Be 500 Miles, and the crowd was singing Bobby Davro, and we're thinking, this is cursed.
$100.
I assure you, there are no curses here. Even though there are pictures on the wall, they are firmly bolted into the wall as well.
139.
Well,
James
Hurrell's got
O'Connor, 80.
at least 2 visits to take care of, like 4. See, this is where I like the 2 singles for tops.
Games
Beautifully
on the fourth
done.
leg, James
What I
Hurrell.
mean by that is, if you've got 80 and your opponent's over 200, why would you want to hit the 60?
Fifth leg, Jack.
Think
to
about the
Hurrell
worst
first.
case scenario.
Come on.
You hit the treble 20, you split the 10s, you split the 5s. You got 5. You don't want that.
60.
Hit the single 20. Hit the single 20, then go for tops. Worst case scenario, you're on double 10 when you come back. Just think about what is possible, and you don't want to leave yourself cornered.
65.
Well, Jack Vincent may well be backed into a corner here because this is his, well, statistically his worst performance of the day so far. Needs hole around about the 89 average, 25% on the outer ring. It's efficient enough.
James's last game of the day is against
82.
Jacob Taylor, the man who just right now is a magnet for 4-0s, whether it's a win or a loss.
43.
But the engine starts to come into play at this part of the day, doesn't it? It's easy to play 1 or 2 games, but then when you're playing game 3, game 4, maybe a little bit of
61.
tiredness into the mind and the arm. Hydration comes into it. Nutrition comes into it. What you do in your break comes into it. And this is where inexperienced players might fall.
41.
It's more appropriate for James today because he's not 100%. And everything, every micro thing is getting his attention. Whether it's how he walks,
59.
how he recovers, how he throws, how he thinks.
Would it be a case of you in his shoes of probably not doing much on the practice board, just
50.
sitting down, relaxing the muscles and just keeping it as easy as you possibly can?
Yeah, just keep it minimal. Do not go too deep into the well today, which could have some sort of detriment for the rest of the week.
Jack Uruguay,
Do what you can
167.
today. And if he walks away with 4 points today, I assure you, Hurrell will be absolutely elated.
100. James Uruguay,
He'll take
94.
anything as a bonus today.
How good is that marker? Well, he doesn't even need it.
82. Jack
Such a
Uruguay,
shame when you've got a
67.
25 is that good. And you can't even use it. Double 11.
56.
Not much room between
James
that point and the double
12.
11. But it's the other side of the board. For Hurrell. And a break of throw in leg 5.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Very well done, James.
Hurrell.
Hard working stuff. One more hold, and he will have 4 points, still with the possibility of 6
James
today.
to throw first.
And as you mentioned, he'll probably feel, all things considered, that's kind of job done for the first day. If he can get on to 6, he's bang, prime in contention. But I think tomorrow might be where we'll see the Hurrell push,
100.
the Hurrell move. We would have had a night just to have rested, recovered. Imagine it'd be a case of straight back to the hotel room, try and get as much sleep as possible, and then come back
60.
as refreshed as he possibly can be tomorrow morning.
Do you remember Bob Anderson coming out at the Circus Tavern on a horse or next to a horse?
87.
If you were going to go down that route again with James Hurrell, would he come out with a tractor? That would be an interesting drive on.
I'd like to see how it gets underneath the roof of one of the doors that we've got coming into the arena. I mean, we'd have to ask Scott Mitchell, I suppose, wouldn't we, whether we could borrow one of his tractors. He is a good friend of ours here at the Super Series. So I don't know whether the friendship extends enough to allow a possible £50,000 motor to come through this particular set of doors, or whether Health and Safety would allow a £50,000 tractor to come through these doors.
I don't think logistically we could do that. It was just a flitting thought. We may just have a scoring issue right here, but it looks like we're good to go. It's all the talk of tractors, isn't it? Something stalled.
101.
That's why I drive an auto.
Just easier, isn't it?
Exactly. Who's going to go through the gears in this one to get over the
60.
finishing line? Vincent had his opportunity to go 3-2 up on the double 11. He couldn't take advantage of it. Hurrell on the double 6 and in with the advantage to throw in the 6th. He's put it to good
45.
use, and Vincent's had a bit of a struggle here in this match, it's fair to say.
And that could be really kind to Hurrell as well. If he can just steady his way to 2 points, he'll be very pleased.
94.
That's clever. Most of the time, he will get 6 darts from 160. This is one of those times.
160.
Right now, if you offered him a ton, he would take it. I may have misspoke. And he does leave double 10 for the match.
And so Vincent now can only hit and hope and try and set up handy enough in case there is a mistake from Hurrell in his next turn.
99.
He is 3 from 11 on the doubles, which is telling you sometimes he needs a couple of visits to get the leg won and get the leg done. And that was the worst possible dart you could see in his eyes. But he finds the 5s to find a win that puts him on to 4 points, getting the better of Jack Vincent by 4 legs to 2. Doing so with another average in that 80s region, 86.06 there for James Hurrell. Another impressive performance from him to back up his win against Lisa Ashton in Game 4 of the day, with a win here in Game 10. We've reached the 2/5 point of the day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, we're going to see Barry Van Peer, who's been the standout performer today here at the Super Series, take on Lisa Ashton.
Barry Vampire then looking to extend his fairly flawless start to his debut campaign. 3 games played, 3 victories with just 2 legs dropped. Our highest average of the day in excess of 104.5 and 2 in the mid-90s. He's also taken out our highest finish of the day with a whopping 164 against Harrington. Aside from all of that, though, nothing much to report from the Dutchman's debut. He takes on 4-time world champion Lisa Ashton, who's looking for her first win in Group A. These two have met before on the Challenge Tour back in 2019. Vampire with a 5-3 win in what was a very high-quality encounter. What will we see from these two in this one? Let's find out in the company of Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, not much to report at all about Barry Vampire. I don't know, just it's okay. Hitting a few maximums, few decent finishes. It's all right, I suppose. No, in all seriousness, go full Frank Lampard there. In all seriousness, it's been a really impressive debut from Barry Vampire. As for Lisa Ashton, well, quite simply put, at this point now, it's getting into must-win territory for the Lancashire Rose to make sure she's not cut adrift from the rest of the group.
I think that's very fair to say. And I think she knows inherently that what's happened this morning will not do her Group A campaign any good at all.
First leg, Barry to Throwers. Game on.
But look at it in this game's context. It now is Lisa Ashton trying to get 2 points.
57.
But maybe most importantly for the group and herself, it's to stop Vampire getting to 8. I didn't think I was going to be talking about that subject so early.
$98.
It's a lovely feeling when you're playing with freedom, though. And that's what he's got. I just sense that maybe Lisa is not 100% today. I haven't seen her go 19s first as much as this before.
60.
And looking on the way of comparing these two players, it's apples and oranges, really, because when you consider what Barry's done in his career, which, you know, he's done some good stuff at the age of 26. But Lisa's got a legendary career behind her. They do have something in common.
46.
They've won a Dutch Open each. I was quite surprised, actually, to read that Lisa's only won the one.
96.
When, in fact, she's won a lot of things more than once. Including the Jersey Open 4 times.
190.
There's a place that she really likes to win. She's won in Jersey 7 times.
$89.
105 career titles overall for Lisa Ashton.
That we know of. What a marker.
20.
You'd be surprised not to hit that one.
Require 56.
Needs a sub in James Howell for that, didn't he? Tots for Ashton.
36.
Both players missing darts at Tots to win this opening leg, but it's Vampire who has the second opportunity at the top of the shot, but that drags just below, so double 10.
Game shot on the first leg.
And here's another leg to Barry Vampire after beating Jake Taylor by 4 legs to 0 in his second match of the day.
Second leg,
in fact,
to throw first.
the last leg that he lost was in the opening leg to Ryan Harrington. So he's in fact on a 9-leg winning streak.
140.
He may be in such a zone that he doesn't know that. All he feels right now is positivity. Everything he does works. So in that mind space, why would you change anything?
100.
Here's the thing. He isn't. He's just going with the flow.
140.
Whereas Lisa's trying to change things. She's trying to change speed, tempo, maybe a little bit of position on the hockey as well.
140.
When you're in these situations, you're just looking for something that clicks you into place. It's starting to happen for Lisa. This is much better.
Barry require 121.
And she has a chance at tops, this time
38.
with 3
Lisa
darts.
require 40. Game shot on the second leg, Lisa
Much
Ashton.
improved. That's a 13 darter and her best leg of the day.
Third leg, Berry to throw first.
I was just looking
Game
through
on.
the Lisa Ashton page of my database here. Fascinating to me that she won
100.
a few titles in 2022. Only one of them was in the WDF system. That was the British Open,
100.
one of the premier titles. And she did beat Bo Greaves en route to that in the last 16 by 4 legs to 1.
96.
The Eileen de Graaf in the final. And that was in September of last year in Bridlington.
134.
Pretty much in the middle of the Bo Greaves dominance.
Eileen de Graaf, a player who I'd love to see under this roof here, the
105.
Super Series.
She would cause a lot of men a lot of problems.
180.
Ashton is causing Van Peer all sorts of problems. She's elevated her performance in this match, but Van Peer is going with the flow.
180. Elise require 87.
20 for Bull.
39.
And that miss could be fatal
20.
in leg 3. Just trying to
Games
get
on the
rid
third
of
leg,
Barry Van
Barry
Peer at
Van
the minute.
Peer.
He's like one of those little pebbles that you find in your shoe and you just think, where is it? Get out of my shoe, Barry.
Fourth leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Just when you think, oh, found it, it's gone again. That 180 to lead double 10.
135.
It was as if he had just put his hand in Lisa Ashton's wallet and said, I'm having that
84.
£20 note whether you like it or not.
Do you know what Lisa Ashton did wrong in that leg? She missed Bull for a 12 darter.
Welcome to World Class Darts, Henry.
55.
It happens a lot. We saw MVG miss double 12 for a 9 darter and he lost the leg
95.
during a world final. We may never see another leg like that in our lifetime.
100.
But then again, Lisa has pinched a fair few legs in her career. I will never, for as long as I live, forget the 132 she hit against Maria O'Brien to qualify for Alexandra Palace. It is one of the most extraordinary shots I've ever seen because she hit that bullseye from about 3 feet left
27.
and from about 8.5 feet. I just wish that dart was live and like this so we could marvel at it.
100.
I think the goal for Ashton really is to get back to Blackpool, isn't it?
56.
To be in front of her home audience in Lancashire. That is the 2023 goal right now.
140. Lazy require 88.
The big umbrella goal. The goal this week is to play well and to be part of Saturday night.
74.
And that miss at double 7,
Very
much like the bullseye miss in the previous leg, could be very bad news for her.
It's becoming the odd miss here and there that is coming to cost her here. Because you just do not back Barry Van Peer to miss anything. He's visit perfect pretty much in this game when it's come to the doubles. 3 out of 8, 37.5%. So if he's coming to the board with 3 in hand at a double, you don't expect to come back. Can Ashton come back from 3-1 down? Well, it's going to be a difficult task. Van Peer has the throw, and he's kicked off with a max.
Not a bad effort when it comes to maximums today for Berry. He's got 3 in this game. Has he got 4?
140.
I don't mind saying that, you know. When you're on for dart 6, make sure it isn't short. Give it a chance. And he gave it every chance.
140.
But could Berry be the straw that breaks Ashton's chances of Group A progression, even at this particular moment? Or is it too early to even judge with the group still congested and tight.
Well, if you think
95.
that if
Barrier
Lisa
wire
loses this game,
125.
the best she can do is 22 points. I don't think 22 points is going to win this group. Because I get the feeling that Barry Van Peer's going to win this group if he keeps playing that way. That was an extraordinary 12-dart leg. Finished with a 1-2-5 checkout. Is there anything that Barry can't do today? Well, he's got 8 points for his efforts so far. And with that almost 97 average, he has shown the field that he's going to be very hard to overtake. Not just today, but for the next couple of days as well. Ryan Harrington is going to take on Jacob Taylor in match 12 when we come back, and that will bring to a close round number 4 on Monday.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Ryan Harrington has averaged in excess of 90 in all 3 of his matches so far today, but it took until game 3 for him to register his first win, missing just 1 at the outer ring in that one, and maybe that'll ease any tension going into his final 2 games of the day. He takes on Jacob Taylor, who's only been involved in one-sided affairs today, opening his campaign with back-to-back whitewash wins, but against Barry Van Peer last time out missed all 4 of his darts at a double. How will he respond to that one in this one? We're intrigued to find out, so let's hand back to Henry and Nico.
We most certainly are, and we've been compiling together some statistics for the day so far. These are the daily averages of Ryan Harrington and Jacob Taylor. Harrington 94.08, Taylor 96.69. That's a 3-game sample. That is what they're averaging. And the standard today, I can't remember an opening day of Group A quite like this.
Been very impressive, that's for sure. And one of the reasons why it has been as impressive as this is probably because in the first match of the day, Jacob Taylor just showed everybody the way. Or as they say in the sport, setting the tone. When you see somebody averaging 92 plus in their first game, you automatically think, okay, so we know the kind of standard we're going to need for Monday if we are going to get points. And we're going to prove that by telling you about the previous game.
First leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
4 games deep, Lisa Ashton has not got any points. She's just averaged 94.93 and lost.
140.
That proves that we are in a very good Monday.
Well, her last 2 averages is 86.64 and 94.93 for the return of 2 legs.
140.
It's not very easy winning here.
170.
Ryan Harrington is having another good start to a match here. You just get the feeling that
100.
if he's a bit ring rusty, that this is the ideal setting for him to get sharp. Even if he doesn't get through Group A, in a funny sort of way, it might be good for him if he doesn't. Because he might be able to do what Steve West did last week. Use 2 groups to be in the right sort of shape for a challenge on Saturday.
And if this is him with a bit of ring rust, imagine him fully match fit. That's a
the first leg,
11 dart start. This is incredible from Harrington again.
There is a danger, of course, and I've been around a lot of dart players for a lot of years, that when they tell you something in those interviews, they might be just holding something close to their chest.
99.
I've accused many a dart player of telling porky pies, saying that their ambitions are maybe not as grand as they're stating, or that they're feeling a lot better
93.
than they actually are, or maybe practicing a lot more than they say they have been. Are we seeing a Ryan Harrington who said to you earlier, I'll just see how things go, and I'm looking forward to playing, when in fact he might have put in a lot of prep for this? I don't think he looks too rusty at all. I think he looks in pretty good nick.
40.
After Chris Mason said, I'm just a commentator, not a darts player, if we won week 12, I don't think we should believe anything a dart player ever says
28.
again.
I didn't buy that for a moment. I saw the amount of work that Chris put in for that, and he deserved every single penny. He put himself through the ringer that week.
58.
And the Champions Week. I spoke to him at the end of the 2-week stretch he did here, and he was finished. He was done. And we see players who do that. First 180 of the match goes to Taylor, but that's after we've had a 177 from Harrington.
45.
Just ask John Henderson how he felt after playing 3 weeks straight. Double 16.
Game on the second
And
leg,
Taylor is
Jacob
back to the
Taylor.
Taylor that we saw earlier on this morning, hitting double 16 with no trouble.
Third leg Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Well, you know, I'm gonna be awake tonight thinking about movie lines with the truth in it.
44.
There's a one from The Matrix, isn't there? From Morpheus. All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
I'm taking this all in because I'm
100.
hoping that there's a round at the quiz tonight that features these quotes.
I promise you, I'm not writing the questions.
I was hoping you were, so you could give it to us and we could win, but okay.
He might still win, even though Kirk Bevins isn't here.
Nearly won last week with just 2 of us.
83.
I blame Taylor for that defeat.
What's he done? He's 1-1 with Ryan Harrington. Don't blame the dart player. He wasn't even in the country.
140. $58. Ryan, you require 137.
The showman type player would go for 57 tops here, but you don't really have to do that when your opponent is on 260.
42.
I think he's spent a lot of time over the last 10 years just breaking out
41.
of the family
Ryan,
name a
you
little
require
bit and trying to be the player that he is, as opposed to maybe the player that people expect of him because his dad is a great of the game. It's difficult for players like Aaron Monk and Ryan Harrington to do that.
Because you're being judged by a different yardstick because of what other people in your family have achieved.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice line. Oh, that's bad.
Jacob, you require 79.
But it's not bad for Jacob. He could snag a lead.
39.
But he doesn't.
Ryan, you require
Opportunities
40.
like that don't come along too often.
Game shown the third leg. Ryan
Against this man, they come few and far between. We're talking about one miss at the double being the penalising moment. But that has been the margins. That has been the lines today. And so what's Jacob Taylor going to do in response? Probably whacking a couple of trebles.
140.
Standard.
I've seen one expression from Jake today. That's it.
80.
I haven't seen anything that shows a great deal of emotion or him being really happy about a win.
58.
He just plods on. I can't even imagine what it's like living where he lives.
140.
I've looked at pictures on the internet of where he lives and it just looks so idyllic. Apparently it's very famous for fossils around there. A certain type of fossils that you get on the coast. I've been to Nova Scotia, which is the province to the south of Newfoundland.
81. Jacob, you require 123.
And they have some really rugged, rocky coasts. I went to a place called Peggy's Cove, which is one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen. And that's very similar to what they've got in his area.
91.
Population, they reckon, of around about 300 on the last census.
I think I saw 300 people in the supermarket on Saturday.
59. Jacob, you require 32.
Just think about that for a second.
Game shown on the fourth leg.
He's now
Jacob
2-2,
Taylor.
and he lives in a place that has got less than 300 people.
In fact, less than 300.
Fifth leg,
According to
Ryan
the
to
Canadian
Rovers.
census of 2021, it has a population of 272.
85.
Runs along the highway of Route 430 in Canada. Has
100.
a subarctic climate.
That means it's cold. And I assure you, when you go to Eastern Canada, it is really windy. That's the sacrifice for beauty. Sometimes you have to see the most
96.
extreme of climates. And imagine living in a place like that. Darts seems quite appealing compared to things like golf,
96.
because you can play darts all year round in the warmth.
Just reading here a little bit more about Flowers Cove. It has an annual snowfall which averages
96.
109 inches.
That's a lot of inches. I bet he's got a snowplow in the garage.
60.
Or at least a snow blower.
Mr. Plough.
He might be the plough king.
139.
Beautifully done by Jake. He's at the finish first. And maybe for the first time in this match, Ryan Harrington is in a spot of bother.
57. Jacob, you require 70.
He's just finding enough good scores to give himself opportunities. That's a great guide.
54.
And he can't find it.
Ryan,
So
you
Harrington
require
needs a big finish here. This is
143.
just a whole throw, incidentally. And it's not going to come, and so Taylor with the break chance wants double eight.
Nobody likes a 1-4-3.
36.
I've said it so many times. It's such a hard out.
Game shown on the
But
fifth
that is a
leg,
3-2
Jacob
lead.
Taylor.
And for the first time today, Jake Taylor is not involved in a game that's going to be 4-0.
Sixth leg, Jacob to
But he
throw
may
first.
find himself
Game
on 6 points, which would put him in second position in the table, 2 behind Van Peer,
100.
who will complete his quota of 5 matches against Jack Vincent next.
Yeah, we enter the final round of fixtures very shortly.
140.
Van Peer against Vincent first up. Then it's Jacob Taylor back in action against James Hurrell. And we'll round off the day with Ryan Harrington in action as he takes on Lisa Ashton.
96.
Do you know that there is a world champion called Harrington?
125.
No. Major championship winning golfer, Porrick Harrington, but not a world champion.
123.
There is a world champion, Harrington.
Some reason boxing springing to my
Nope.
mind.
Poker world champion, Dan Harrington.
60.
That was before the poker boom started. It was back in the turn of the century.
165.
Jake Taylor gets a massive 165, but he didn't want it. But he does want 17 more for the win.
17.
This will cap off a tremendous performance.
Game shot and the match.
And Ryan
Jacob
Harrington
Taylor.
couldn't handle the truth this time. 95.76 with 44% on the doubles. That is remarkably efficient. And I think he's going to cause problems for whoever he faces this week. He came a cropper against Barry Van Peer in Game 9, and he was tested against Ryan Harrington there. But he finds his way to 6 points, and he has a chance of finishing on 8 points if he can beat James Hurrell in Game 14. It will be the final round of matches, and that will start after this.
Well, what a standard we have seen today. 15 averages, over 90 so far, and a man who has produced that in all of his matches is up next. Barry Van Peer, can he complete the Lou Reed, the perfect day? Well, it's been exceptional from the Dutchman so far. 93.94 has been his lowest winning average so far. That's how impressive his standard has been. 6 180s to his name so far today to go with the three-figure outshots. It has been immaculate. The only player who can stop him from going 5 from 5 is Jack Vincent, who's won 2, lost 2 today with 18 points between his highest and his lowest average. Maybe that inconsistency, the thing holding him back at the moment. To see whether Van Peer then can complete the perfect day and to kick off our final round of games, here's Henry and Nico.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, it is Jack Vincent, and it is his turn to try and stop Bionic. If he continues to play the way he has, I'm not sure he will. I've got to be brutally honest. But then again, we have seen today from Jack maybe a little bit more than we thought. Starting off the day with an average in excess of 95, winning 4-1 against Harrington, has maybe given him the shot of confidence that he needed. And he does have 4 points for his day, and he would desperately like to leave with 6, Henry.
Well, it wasn't just that. It was the fact that he backed it up then in his next match against Lisa Ashton. 4 maximums, an average just under 94 and 40% on the outer ring against the Lancashire Rose. The only concern would be going into this one was his third performance against James Hull, which dipped to the 77 mark when he missed the 3 darts at double in that one in a 4-2 defeat. But what other superlatives can we say about Barry Van Peer? We're heading into the sort of territory where we talk about best debuts in the history of this competition, and he may potentially be chief among them. A daily average after 4 games of 97.57. That is the level that he is showing here.
Let me tell you how good this debut's been. If someone was to walk up to me in about 25 minutes and say, what's your favourite type of berry? I would have usually said raspberries. But now I'm going to say Barry Van Peer. The way he's able to play this game with a somewhat relaxed demeanour, this is one of the reasons why he's so dangerous. Because he doesn't have any tension. We do have a little bit of a stall here on stage. Apologies for this.
Whilst we got that opportunity, let's hand back into the commentary box and assess what we've seen so far today, because I think it was fair to say that we expected some good stuff today, but I think with so many debutants, we didn't quite know how long it was going to take for players to settle into the environment here at the Super Series.
Yeah, I think that's fair. When you have a lot of experience playing in different domains and you come here, there's always that question mark of, do you like playing here? Now, I can testify, as could Chris Mason and indeed some other people who have sat in these chairs. That is a wonderful throw up there. It really does make you think that your best darts are ahead of you. And these players are smoothly getting their way onto this hockey and just providing us with action that is predictably brilliant.
98.
If you give a dart player who is confident and playing well a nice place to play, you will get a high standard.
60.
I remember in Super League days where you'd play in 12, 13 different venues throughout the season.
59.
There'd always be one you'd think, I don't want to play there. The ceiling's a bit low. They've never got a good dartboard. I don't like the hockey. It's not very well lit. And you'll go up there and average about 65. And all you want to do is get the win. But there'll be one venue where you'll think, I can't wait to play there. Because they always have a
99.
new board. It's always well lit. The hockey's brilliant. It's really professional. When people come here now, they like the space. They like the colour schemes because they're not too off-putting. They're not too bright. This was all part of the plan when putting this stage together. This is a world-class throw. And that's why you're getting these performances.
100.
Barry Vampire just doing Barry Vampire things. Actually, if anything, actually, it's gone a bit below Barry Vampire things. He's only left the 64 after
Barry requires
15.
64.
And he hasn't done anything out of the ordinary either.
32.
Everything's been quite
Jackie require
textbook.
124.
He hasn't been searching for any unusual finishes. He hasn't left himself on a 1-2-4, for instance. Like I mentioned earlier, he might go 14s.
104.
We'll leave
Barry
that one in the
requires
ether
32.
for later in the week, potentially.
Barry Vampire won't be leaving this first leg in the ether. It will be in his possession. He leads Jack Vincent by a leg to looking to go 5 from 5 on his debut day here at the
Second
Super
leg
Series.
Jack
And it should be
to throw
noted that
first.
not just is he
Game
on 8 points in this group, but he has a legs difference after just 4 matches of plus 13.
100.
He's going to have to go great guns to beat the record in Group A of Raymond Smith, which is in excess of plus 30.
100.
But it's a good start.
He's got just 3 legs for the entirety of the day.
It definitely helps when you're beating the second best person in the group by 4 legs to 0,
100.
which happened back in game number 9. That was surprising, even by Berry's standards.
45.
Just got to refocus here. I think he's just maybe a bit too relaxed here.
Can almost be a case that because he's played so
85.
well, then that expectation to go and win, then probably win heavily, can then loom large, and then you can possibly become too relaxed as a consequence.
And make sure you don't forget what you were doing right
100.
earlier in the day. You have these things called hooks. You either write them down or firmly remember them by saying, I'm doing this right today. I'm doing that right today.
140.
And when you have this kind of performance where admittedly you're still ahead, but are just starting to get a bit languid and a bit lost, and not playing as well, just remember 1 or 2 things that you were doing right. Whether it's the way you're standing, the way you're remembering your set position, or indeed a follow-through mechanism.
56. Barry require 160.
Oh, he couldn't, could he? Oh, this would be downright cruel. Oh, it was almost
120.
as savage a finish as you could
Jackie
see.
require 20.
Vincent will get a go at the double 10.
He didn't think he was getting one. That's too safe.
10.
As was that
Barry
one.
require
Just a bit too
40.
defensive. And Van Peer comes back for tops and
He's
takes
on
it
the second
immediately.
leg, Barry Van Peer.
Has Jack Vincent just shown his opponent there with those 2 darts at double 5 just that little bit too much respect?
Third
Van
leg,
Peer
Barry
with the
to
break,
throw
a
first.
2-0 lead,
Game on.
and he is halfway now with the darts in his hand in the 3rd towards a 5th victory on his debut day. And remember, nobody
55.
yet today has taken more than a leg off him.
I wouldn't call him bionic, you know. I'd call him the periscope. That's what you do with the periscope. You peer.
60.
Could have also called him Deep Blue Fish and Chips because you find that on the pier as well.
190.
I knew the moment I mentioned that periscope thing, you were going to go down that angle. I actually had written down Brighton. I thought, oh, might as well call him Brighton then,
100.
because of Pier. Or Blackpool.
Clarence Pier,
Where's that one?
99.
2 minutes down the road.
Oh, okay. My local geography is shocking.
I'll take you out one day. Be our little day trip.
You're all hot, Henry. Don't stretch the purse strings too far.
96. Barry require 167.
He's got a 164, and he narrowly missed a 160.
60.
I wouldn't have been shocked if he'd got a shot at the bullseye on the 167, but doesn't get anywhere close to it. But on the bright side, 3-dot combination away from 3-0.
140. Barrier require 107.
Treble 16 potentially. Did not like that second dart. Got to go back to the 20s now.
42.
All a little bit ragged.
Jack require
But at this portion of the
105.
day, it's not always about quality. It's about just getting the job done.
15. Right, decided to go treble 19.
49.
So Vampire for a
Barrier
3-0
require
lead.
65.
Well, we said this a few times today. You're too good, Berry. I suppose when you're that good, I'll just have one dart at double. I'll still hit it. I'll still go 3-0 up.
That's the old right angle shot. Middle, bottom, and right. And you draw, there's a little triangle there. A right angle shot.
That be an isosceles or an equilateral?
I think that is more of an equilateral, that
60.
one. Solve that one, Pythagoras.
$57.
Just wonder what's left in the tank for Jack. If you'd have offered him 4 points this morning, I think he would have taken it.
140.
But considering he had 4 points, oh, I don't know.
96.
I think at the middle point of the day, I'm not sure he would have taken 4 points. I think at the start of the day, he might have. But it's difficult when you've got the best player in the group, statistically,
140.
up against you in Game 5, and he will have him in Game 1 tomorrow. So he might have to settle potentially for 4 points after 6 matches, especially when that kind of thing's happening. But he does get the finish first.
He's going to get 6 darts. Doesn't have to take it out, but will he feel confident enough? No, decides to stay upstairs. Sensible play, good play. He's very measured in everything he does, Jack Vincent. Even double 12 after 12 to take what feels like the customary leg off of Berry Vampire in a match today.
Just don't give him a match opportunity.
Very
well done, Jack.
Vincent.
A world-class 14 darter to hold his throat. He forces Van Peer to get a 12 or better to finish the 4-0 off. But things flip around now. You get the feeling that Berry Van Peer is thinking exactly how Jack did at the start of leg 4. Get a 15 darter or better and force him into a 12.
45.
If it's 4 points of the day for Jack Vincent, as you say, at the start there, he may have taken a bit. What do you feel in hindsight? There possibly would be an opportunity missed when you consider the hay that he was making at the beginning of the day.
I think 4 points would be very fair, considering how he's played. I think we've seen a little bit more from him than we expected, which is very encouraging.
56.
But I think based on the games that he's had, I think 4 points is about spot on. Van Peer just seems to be ready for 10.
96.
He's not really been in any trouble, has he? You mentioned he's only lost 4 legs today.
60.
Might have to call in Tom Bradby in a minute because he might be the news on 10.
133.
Double 16, and he is on a 5-visit leg. Forced Jack into a 4-visit leg, which he couldn't find. 2 8s to finish the job.
4s. And as far as debut days go at the Super Series, they cannot get much better, if any better, than what Berry Vampire has produced today. He has won all 5 matches today. He has dropped just 4 legs all day. It has been a near perfect performance for from Vampire, an average of 88.74, 2 maximums. In fact, that was his lowest average, his lowest in terms of performance of the day. That was how good he's been. He gets a better Jack Vincent by 4 legs to 1 there. 2 more games to go for our day. Jacob Taylor takes on James Hurrell after this short break.
Our penultimate match of the session then, and it's James Hurrell taking on Jacob Taylor. Taylor defeated 4-0 in his middle match, but regrouped very well indeed to record a 4-2 victory with an average just shy of 96 last time out. Very impressed with the way the Canadian is dealing with the relentless format here at the Super Series. He could end the day just 2 points behind Barry Vampire in that race for finals night. As for Hurrell, struggled with illness today, but he's dug deep to get 2 wins on the board. He's certainly not played badly, so if he comes back feeling better tomorrow, he'll certainly be in the mix. Can he make his day even better and end it level on 6 points with Taylor? Let's find out in the company of Henry and Nico.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, it's time to have James Hillbilly Hurrell up against Newfie Proud. Sounds a bit like a beer to me. But he's the 54-year-old from Newfoundland. I'm sure that's where it comes from. Up against the 38-year-old from Gloucestershire, who hasn't been feeling particularly chipper today, but still has 4 points for his efforts. And if he can eke out another win here, walking away with 6 will make him feel borderline Herculean, considering how he's feeling.
The Herculean Hillbilly up against the man who is known as the Truth from Newfoundland. And you actually can see on his shirt the state flag, that particular part of the world emblazoned on him. Very, very proud of his roots. And supposing you come from the sort of place that Jake comes from, you would be proud of where you're from. Small town called Flowers Cove. Population, as we mentioned in his previous match, of less than 300. Sense of community is huge, and I can imagine that those who are probably living in that part of the world, the TV coverage that it will be getting and the YouTube coverage it'll be getting back home, I'm sure they'll be very proud of what he's done over the course of the last few hours or so.
If we don't get too many dart players from that part of the world, you think about John Norman from Canada. He's from Nova Scotia. Jeff Smith is from New Brunswick, which is one province over. And then you go a little bit further north to Newfoundland, you've got Jacob Taylor. And you have to go a little bit more west for players like Matt Campbell, who's from Ontario, just like John Part.
85.
I think if you go a little bit further north, you're stretching it a bit because you're talking about the Arctic Circle not too far from there. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were good dart players up there as well.
91.
When you consider a lot of the people who emigrated to Canada in the last century or so came from the likes of Scotland, Ireland, England. Darts is just part of the genetics. It's been taken over there.
55.
And there's a massive dart scene in Canada, no matter where you go. Just ask the likes of Jeff Smith, who puts on exhibitions over there for the likes of Damon Hetta and
60.
Darren Webster. I've been over there myself. The culture is everywhere. People love this sport.
$130.
Has Canada perhaps been undersold for having big events out there? It's never really had a premier event out there yet.
It's had Players' Championships in the
60.
PDC.
James require 105.
But I think it's the perfect place for us to go in North America, personally speaking. But ticket sales don't lie. North America has Madison Square
65.
Garden again
Jacob, you require
this year.
127.
And there will be Canadian representation. 127 and
102.
25 left.
James, you require 40.
We know what usually happens when James Hurrell has tops
James on
left.
the first leg,
It is
James
exactly
Hurrell.
that. And it is an opening leg breaker throw here for James Hurrell. And Barry Van Peer, I don't know whether he's left the auditorium yet or not, but
Second
if
leg,
he
James
isn't and he's still in the
Hurrell
practice
first.
room, well, he
Game
might
on.
be drawing up a chair, already content enough with today's efforts, and looking at this scoreline early on and thinking, yeah, I could happily do with this,
54.
James. Happily do with this. Guarantee myself a 4-point lead at the top of the table, no matter what, overnight.
I suppose we do have to talk about the ideal
30.
scenarios for Berry. A win for Hurrell is ideal for him to give him that 4-point cushion, like you mentioned. And then he would probably rather Lisa Ashton win her game in game
60.
15. And then it's all in his control again tomorrow when he plays his first game in game 3 against Jack Vincent. And if he does the double, he will win his first 6 games in the group.
180.
Now, we have been asked on social media whether somebody has won 10 points from 10 on their debut day. We will look into that and have that information for you tomorrow.
60.
I'm pretty certain it's happened before.
$85. $140.
This is brilliant from Hurrell. No, it's not a high average
60.
game, but he's doing what we call beat the score darts. He's just trying to overtake Jacob every single time he plays at the hockey with 3 darts. And that's a very dangerous way to play the game, but it's a thrilling way to play the game.
81.
If he scores 60,
Jacob,
I'll
you
score
require
65.
146.
If he scores 100, I'll score a 125. Some people do play that way.
94.
It's like being on
Jacob,
Grand
you
Theft
require
Auto and trying to get away
106.
from the police with 5 stars.
I wouldn't know. I used to play on consoles that were out before you were even born.
82.
Now Taylor gets a
Jacob,
look.
you require 52.
Double 16.
Game show
Good
the second
find.
leg, Jacob Taylor.
I just wonder, you know, if Jacob Taylor has certain ambitions here this week. But let's look a little bit further into the
Third leg,
future.
Jacob
He is over
to
50.
throw first. Game
And
on.
look at what Leonard Gates did yesterday. Here is another player who could potentially, if he doesn't make it to the
140.
PDC Pro Tour, have a great time here within the World Seniors and some other ventures as well. He could make a lot of money
82.
and make a real name for himself.
Are we looking at the point now in the trajectory and the enhancement of the World Seniors, where next year's Circus Tavern,
55.
we could well be looking at, or maybe further in the future, we're looking at international regional qualifiers.
I'll tell you what we are looking for, probably.
80.
A lot less guaranteed names. I think we're talking about a lot more qualifiers now, because if you look around, there are people over 50. If there were more qualifying spots, they'd maybe feel more ready than
83.
some people who were given invites. And I think the big names were needed at the start. But I think even they would admit that the qualifiers are maybe stronger than they are now.
59.
I look at who won yesterday's event, and it was the golden ticket winner who had to win through a qualifier to get through, and he got the better Leonard Gates of the 7 other
140.
invited players based on performances on the World Seniors Tour.
So does he get an invite for the event 12 months from now if they hold it again? He has to. And then you have to have another golden ticket qualifier.
34.
Oh, it's very
Jacob
exciting.
Maguire,
Of course it is.
83.
Seniors has been fantastic this year. That is also
Into the third
fantastic.
leg, Jacob
A 15
Taylor.
darter takes the lead. And this game has been flipped on its head.
Fourth leg, James to throw first.
Have you ever been to
Game on.
Canada?
A couple of times. What an amazing country.
Where did you go?
Vancouver, BC.
That's about as far west as you can go.
45.
Wonderful part of the world. Lovely people as well.
It really is a wonderful, wonderful country. Do you know what they call $1 coins and $2 coins?
95.
Come on, you've got to remember
Well, it's
this.
a dollar bill.
No. They've got coins. They've got toonies and loonies.
95.
Now you say it,
No,
it's come back.
I like the toonies, of course, because it sounds like they're from Newcastle. But I love the loonies as well, because it's just funny.
60.
And they're a completely different type of currency as well. Even though they share the dollar, the Canadian dollar is a beautiful note, beautiful banknote.
Yeah, I got a few in my collection. It's the same sort of material as the British
100.
currency now. It's got a lot of plastic in it. Means that if you crumple it up on your hand, it doesn't crease. I think the Australians and the New Zealanders were the first people to do that.
85.
I wonder what £5,000 is in Canadian right now. Because that's exactly what he's looking for.
$100.
It's about 8,500 Canadian-ish. That'll get you a few pints of Molson.
121. James, you require 100.
Or whatever your favourite tipple is over there in Newfoundland. They might have a nice local tipple that they prefer.
They do like their local produce when it comes to those sorts of things out there.
90.
In Newfoundland, you get some
Jacob, you require
unbelievable
140.
seafood off that northeast coast. Some of the best on the planet.
The lobster out there is to die for.
43.
Best in the
James,
world.
you require 71.
Great first start from James.
Game
Oh,
on the
you do
fourth
not get
leg,
71
James
checkouts
Hurrell.
better than that. That was wonderfully executed from Hillbilly.
And so level we are at 2 apiece, and again, Barry Van Peer is probably
Fifth
drawing
leg,
that chair
Jacob
up
to
once again.
throw first. Game on.
Taylor, realistically, you think needs to win this game, keep tabs with Van Peer. 4 points, even after day 1. The way he's playing
96.
could well be a big gap.
Do you know what? All day long, I've been looking at Jacob Taylor, thinking, who does he remind me of? There's 2 people who have sprung to mind just now. One of them is Peter Jakes,
97.
and the other one is Stephen Bunting's dad, without the beard.
$85.
Moving swiftly on. We're going to have to find out if he likes Jake or Jacob. We've been somewhat speculatively calling him both all day. And there are people out there who prefer
140.
Jake or Jacob or maybe Jay. Just want to get it right for you, Mr. Taylor.
100.
I remember years ago, people used to call me Nix. I hated it.
Nix?
Yeah, never liked that.
36.
And James doesn't like that. That was a violent deflection off his own flight, giving Taylor the impetus here.
100.
So steady. I know he's not at the same level as he was earlier in his campaign, but he's plotted his way through this campaign very, very well for a first day. If you knew nothing about Jacob Taylor at the start of play, you know a little bit more about him now.
120.
Up the ladder to the top rung.
80.
But the leg won't be won. And so Hurrell returns for the ton
100.
for the break of foe and a 3-2 lead. His opponent set fair on the double, which has given him so much joy today. Will he go tops, tops? He will go tops, tops. It's double tops!
James Hurrell.
That is unbelievable from Hillbilly. He has been one of the best players I've seen in a daily campaign on tops here today. I know he hasn't had everything go his way. He's worked extremely hard for every leg he's got. But that double top shot for a 3-2 lead with a break of throw now just goes to show that he genuinely is one of the most resilient players out there.
In his career, character is one thing you could
45.
never, ever question James Hurrell on. He has had his trials and his tribulations, but every single time he comes back fighting, but he comes back fighting better.
121.
You know what else he doesn't do? He doesn't talk too much, like a lot of us do. He's got that almost old school quality of letting the darts do the talking. I have been accused in the past that my mouth is too big. And that's absolutely right on occasion. But sometimes, when you look at players like Hurrell, who say very little and do lots on the board, it has to be admired.
It's a nice life for the treble set just above. And so it's going to be one down at double 16 for the match to finish in style. What a way to finish off for James Hurrell. Back-to-back ton plus checkouts to get the better of Jacob Taylor by 4 legs to 2. And the Hillbilly, when he rocks and he rolls towards the end of the day, an 88.26 average, 1 max apiece for those 2 ton plus checkouts. And once again, for the second time today, he is 4 out of 4 when it comes to the doubling department. One last game then after this to come. Lisa Ashton up against Ryan Harrington will be with you after this short break.
Our final match of the day then sees the four-time world champion Lisa Ashton still searching for her first win of the day, taking on Ryan Harrington, who's currently 2 points above the Lancashire Rose in the table. Ashton was superb last time out, up to level to compete with very Bampier, and despite registering just a single leg, averaged 95. If she can replicate that here, you feel this could be a really close encounter. As for Harrington, well, he may leave here scratching his head, wondering how he's not got more points on the board, because he has done very little wrong over the course of this session. For the final time then, let's hand back to Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so we round off what has been a superb Monday worth of arrows here at the Super Series with Lisa Ashton and Ryan Harrington. Harrington, one of 3 debutants in the competition today, and all 3 of the debutants have put in some really, really good stuff. It has to be said, it's really been an enjoyable Monday's arrows here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and who knows, we may just well save the best till last.
We always like to think so. But maybe Lisa Ashton is saving her best for last.
First leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
She will be hoping so. Because if she can snag 2 points, that will mean that everybody has at least won 1 game today. And somewhat surprisingly, Harrington has only won 1 match. But maybe his averages don't reflect how he's played
45.
at times. I think if we were to have a graph of the legs that he's won so far today, it'll be a very up and down story.
45.
What he could do with over the next couple of days is a bit more consistency.
$81.
Got a wonderful technique, hasn't he, Ryan Harrington? There's a slight dip in the body when he goes forward.
100.
But the punctuation of the air is glorious. See that tiny little dip of the head just before the delivery. But look at that follow through. There's a real snap about that follow through.
60.
Oh, that's just cruel.
120.
That is pretty much typifying her day.
$23.
Probably thinking, what more can I do? I mean,
137.
6 fantastic darts. I mean, we're going to include the one on the floor as well, because that did go in and then it strayed back out. 56 after 15 to take the opening leg with the darts,
60.
and she is going to get 6 from here to get this opening leg done, get this opening leg won.
Game shot on the first leg.
Job
Lisa
done.
Ashton.
17 darts is good enough for that first leg. And very much like her walk on music, she might be a woman on a mission over the next few days.
Second leg, Ryan to throw first.
You know who sang that?
Game on.
Gabrielle Climmy.
Chill Me. Gabriella Chilme, Australian. Very famous.
42.
Didn't she do the Co-op Christmas advert once?
Probably. Yeah, she's a big deal.
96.
Gabriella Chilme. She's from Dandenong, Australia, which was next town over from where I used to live. Most famous person ever to come from Dandenong.
58.
It's a perfect walk-on song, isn't it?
45.
I am a woman on a mission. Love it.
Very WWE-esque, where you're sending out a statement of intent.
100.
There aren't many things she hasn't done in the sport of darts, that's for sure. She's been all around the world with success.
45.
And I suppose the best person to ask her about future ambitions is maybe Abby.
65.
Well, it's happened to Ryan this time. It's a funny old number, 315, because you need 145 or more to get to a finish. And there are some players out there who think that going for the bull first on that shot is the right thing to do.
140.
25 or bull and 2 treble 20s leaves a finish.
105.
That
Ryan
does leave a
Warren,
finish.
96.
Game very much on here in leg 2. I think he did the right thing. I think going double-double there was the wrong play. When you've got a bouncer like he has on that 60, I think you went for the right shot. Oh, hello. Double 10? Oh, that's incredible. You just love seeing things you've never seen before. And I've never seen that before.
The first double was so nice, you just had to do it twice.
Game on.
Oh, that is so good. I don't think I've ever seen Jose de Sousa try that. I mean, she was obviously going for the single 10, right, to leave double top. But it's just under-delivered it by a good inch. But that was a somewhat serendipitous shot.
58.
Be recreating that on TikTok soon.
58.
I don't think Ryan's going to try it. In fact, he doesn't want to see it again.
Probably made him physically sick.
Just to let you know who's coming later in the week, we do have our participants for Group C, which will be from 1 o'clock on Thursday and Friday in our new time slot. We'll have Martin Thomas from Wales, as well as Mike Huntley from Wales.
96.
Stu Wilson from Lancashire, someone that Lisa knows well, I'm sure. He will be joining those 2 Welshmen.
100.
As well as the bottom 3 players from Group A. And then when it comes to our usual time slot for Thursday and Friday night, we do have Group B action. Your champion of champions from the seniors,
39.
Leonard Gates, will be joined by Diogo Portela of Brazil and Justin Hood, the left-hander from the West Country. Wonderful player.
Played at the last ever
99.
BDO World Championships at the Indigo 02.
Ryan was trying to leave a finish there by getting a last start 60. He might have been wise to look at the bullseye.
78.
And Lisa leaves herself in the basement. Yeah, last start bullseye would have left 170 there for Ryan. Don't just assume that you need to get that 60
93.
to leave the finish. There was one other option.
Game shown the third
3-0 lead on double 3, leaving Ryan Harrington looking at the skies.
Talking about options, there's no other option now for Ryan Harrington. He has to win the lot. Otherwise, Lisa Ashton is going to end the day with her first win. A win that, on the merits of her performances, is deserved. It was a slow start for Ashton. Lost 4-0 to Jacob Taylor in the first game. Lost 4-3 to James Hurrell in the second. And then we saw averages of 86.64 and then a 94.93. But then she found herself on receiving ends of really good performances from Jack Vincent and Barry Van Peer, respectively. He's going to be the man at the top of the table
58.
in Group A overnight, no matter what happens in this particular matchup. He's going to have a 4-point lead going into tomorrow morning's action.
93.
Here on Sporty Stuff TV, the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and resume from 9:30. And don't forget to subscribe to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel,
38.
where after the live action is completed here, you can tune into other bonus content, including highlights on Saturday's final, where Steve West managed to get the better of Fallon Sherrick to pick up the £5,000 top prize. And we also have an exclusive interview with Fallon. She caught up with Chris Murphy prior to last Thursday's play getting underway. You can hear from the Queen of the Palace, as well as other interviews from our commentary team and other such pundits as well. That's all available on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
134.
What a 6 days worth of darts every single week. Ashton here leaving 94 after 12 to seal a 4-0 success to end the day in perfect fashion, in perfect style. She began the day with a 4-0 defeat.
78.
She will come back for 3 more at 8 to turn those fortunes on its head.
60. Alicia requires 16.
So to round off a good performance with the points. 4.
12.
She moves inside. And remember, Harrington's not on a finish on this occasion. How handily can he leave it? Well, that's as bad a dart as it could have got.
81.
May have recovered it with the last.
4.
Well, 2s never lose. Madhouse.
2.
Madness.
Ryan, you require 120.
Will the Shanghai be the saver for Harrington? He's going to head up the ladder. He's going to try and find tops. He's had to move one way, then the other.
80.
And he nearly found the path.
Alicia, you require 2.
But Ashton's back for 1-1.
Game shot.
And she finds her way into the point. Lisa Ashton ends her day with a 4-0 win against Ryan Harrington. It puts her on the board in Group A, getting the better of Harrington in the end, with the highlight being that highest checkout of 110. Ashton, who's put in some good performance here today, gets the points on the board. Ryan Harrington will be scratching his head as to how he's only found 2 points for the day. Prior to that performance there, he put in some really, really good stuff. Plenty of averages in the 90s region. But today, well, it's belonged to Barry Van Peer. He's the man at the top of the table in Group A. Analysing all of the action now, Paul Nicholson has made his way up to the balcony to have a chat with Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Henry. Fair to say Lisa Ashton deserved to end the day with 2 points, didn't she? She's played really well over the course of the day, but deserved that.
Yeah, she had some tough encounters earlier in the day, but I think she took advantage of the fact that maybe a little bit of ring rust for Ryan Harrington when it comes to long competition days really took its toll in Game 5 there. He was somewhat unlucky earlier as well, but they both walk away with 2 points.
But Lisa, she seemed to get better as the day went on, because against Barry Van Peer, she played very, very well indeed. Just ran into, well, Barry Van Peer, who has been impossible to beat today.
Yeah, it definitely proved to be the case. A wonderful debut day for Barry. I'm really pleased for him, but I'm not surprised in the slightest, considering what level of player we've seen from him this year. That is a tremendous display, and he's going to be very hard to topple at any point, I think, this week.
Yeah, let's have a look at the league table, because only 1 day played in Group A, and already you feel that there is a bit of a separation in the table, mainly because of the level, as you said, that Barry is playing at, but then those below him, a little inconsistent, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, when you consider how inconsistent Ryan was a little bit earlier, he was dicing with maybe just walking away with 2 points, but with Barry, it was a case of a high 80s average being his worst performance. If you're going to have these kinds of days where you get 10 points, that's what you need to do. You must have that A game in you, but your B or C game has got to be mid to high 80s, and that's exactly what he did.
And for James Hurrell, he ends the day on 6 points. It is similar to what we saw at Q School, because when we saw him in Milton Keynes, he really, really was under the weather. Still managed to put in a number of displays that were really eye-catching. He's done similar today without really reaching the highest level that we know he's got. But to leave the day with 6 points when he was struggling to even get to the venue this morning, that's some achievement.
I'm not overselling this whatsoever, but that for me is the performance of the day. When you're feeling that unwell and still able to take 3 wins from 5, that is taking Resilient to another level. And I really do admire James for what he's done today. I really hope he does feel much better tomorrow so he can cause more problems for everybody else when he's fully healthy.
Yeah, of course, tomorrow, Tuesday, is move-in day. Do you think he could be the biggest mover?
I think if he was to get 8 points, he'd get closer to Barry Van Peer, but I really do fear for this group. Barry's so good at the minute and finding such a high level, and he's so confident at the age of 26. I just get the feeling that he could be someone who dominates this group. That 30 points that we've never seen in Group A, it's still a possibility. 28 is the record, so over to you, Berry.
Yes, absolutely. Over to you. Right then, we'll be back in action from 9:30 tomorrow morning. Make sure you come and join us for the second day of Group A action.